Alrighty. Good morning, everybody. Today is October 11th, and this is our 9 o'clock work session. I'd like everybody to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good. We got a lot of people with us today, and I'm glad everybody's here. And it's a beautiful day outside, and we've got a lot going on today. So first, I would like to, I believe we have a blessing. Is that Mr. Pearl? Or yeah, come on up. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for being with us.
Is this on?
It should be on.
Yeah, okay. First, I want to thank you, Judge, and all your staff for including the Frankfurt Interfaith Council. It's a wonderful family for me. We have a lot of diversity and people who have different beliefs, but we learn to listen and respect each other. And it's a wonderful family. And I am actually listed as the Buddhist representative on the Interfaith Council. I have my background is Baptist and Catholic. So, and for me, Buddhism fits right in. So anyway, this is the blessing. May all beings be safe and protected, free from inner and outer harm. May we all be happy. May everyone be healthy, and may our bodies support the practice of loving awareness. May we all be free from ill will, affliction, and anxiety. May we all love and accept ourselves as we are. May we be happy and free from suffering. May we all find peace in an uncertain world. May we all find ease and fulfillment on our path. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate what you and the Interfaith Council is doing in Frankfurt, and thank you very much, Mr. Charlie. Alrighty, now we are going to ask if anybody if we have any public comments. Anybody like to come forward and speak? Alrighty, seeing none, I would like to invite Amy Snow, who I believe is going to give us a presentation or verification or whatever we're doing here today.
Good morning. We had some balance left over of our year one funds, and in speaking with our federal grant administrator, he just said whatever changes we wanted to make internally, they were okay with that. So I have a report that I believe you have a copy of. There was a balance of $43,871.34. And just after kind of evaluating what's worked, what hasn't worked, we wanted to increase the salary of our Machi Match Specialist, which is our one-to-one mentoring program. It was a minimal salary, and we needed to bring that up, especially given that it's a grant position that we do not make any contributions for benefits. So it's, you got to find somebody that's willing to take that chance. So we wanted to increase that. And then I really, really need an administrative assistant. I know that, I don't know if that sounds bad or not, but I'm over every single program. I'm in the executive director role. I need somebody that can be front-facing with phone calls and people coming in the office. So that would be a lifesaver for me. And then there was just around $3,000 left that we put into indirect cost. And that will go to pay for our office space, because at the time that we received this grant, we had no office space. So we'll just utilize those remaining funds in that way. I don't know if there's any questions or.
Thank you very much. We
All right.
appreciate what you and your staff and your team doing for all these kids in Franklin County, so
Thank you.
y'all are making it.
We love it.
And we appreciate it, so, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mike's, get Mike's. Or Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks for being with us today. Can you talk to us a little bit about, recently you went to Washington DC. So can you talk to us a little bit about that trip?
Well, actually, I did not attend. Elizabeth Trebelhorn, our Director of Development, and then our Judge Exec attended that conference. But it was for all of the awardees of the grant, and it is a grant that is re-awarding. It's not just a one-time grant. There's awardees from past years. So I know that it was a great conference. I know that we had a really good discussion following that next week with our interim jailer and just talking about things that we wanted to see happen within our jail with visitation between our parents.
Is there anything maybe Liz might want
You want to share it?
to share with us since she came today?
Yes.
Happy to have you as well.
Yeah, so this is one that just, those that receive the grants from around the country came to, so it was really nice to be in a room where it was like, only 50 other people were there representing, and that little Frankfurt was there. It was really affirming of the things that we're trying to do here in Frankfurt, and we just felt really blessed to be doing that. But it did give us a good vision, things that we had planned in this grant that we're utilizing over 3 years, our long-term goal, that gave us some good resources that we can turn to, and providers and as people that can help as we try to do these programs in the jail. So very informative, very good. We look forward to going again. I think we're going to get invited the next 2 years.
And I think for me, if I could say for a minute, what was interesting is there was people there from all over the country, the other 39 grantees, but they, a lot of them have been doing it for 2 or 3 years. So it's where they only have a year under their belt. It was really interesting to hear what they had been doing, what works, what doesn't work, things like that. There's a little bit more focus, I think, on the jails than I would have thought, but it was good because how interaction between the kids and their parents that are incarcerated, how they mingle or don't mingle. And so there are some things that our jail currently isn't doing that they're, like Amy said, we've had a meeting about it, about trying to get things a little bit better for everybody. So I thought it was a great conference. I went into it a little, wasn't sure, but I learned a lot, and it was a great trip.
And we learned things, best practices and policies that we don't have to recreate even the wheel, that they're already there, that people are willing to share that with us, and so it was a step ahead in some of those areas.
But I will say, before you all step away, the one thing you all are doing that no one else is doing that I think everybody was envying was the freshman memory, is the meetings you all started doing.
The caregiver,
Cafes?
the cafes and the
Yeah.
caregiver groups.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of focus was within the jail, but we give so much more to the family with our kids and our caregivers.
So I was really surprised, when she talked about that, everyone was kind of perked up a little bit, even the people who had been doing it for a while, hadn't thought about that avenue and how it all ties in. So, yeah, it was pretty cool.
I was at the jail last week or the week before, and there was a parenting class going on. So, yeah, I stayed for just a little bit of that, but it was eye-opening and very enlightening.
Men or women class?
Men.
Yeah. Thanks for going in and observing, and I would invite any of you to do that.
Yeah.
All right.
Any other questions for Wanda Joyce? Thank you, guys. Keep it up.
Thank you all.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Next is my judge's report. I want to thank again Charlie Pearl for doing the blessing. On September 29th at Frankfurt High Gym, we had a community launch for the reading, national reading thing we're doing with NCFL. It was attended by a lot. The room was packed. There was a lot of good information given out, talked about, how people can get involved. Just couldn't have been happier with the turnout, and we appreciate the independent school systems for letting us use that space. Sheriff just walked in, and this is about him. We want to thank Sheriff's Office. They, last Friday, I believe, they were fishing with the Wanda Joyce Robinson kids. You all had how many kids, Sheriff?
I think there was around 50.
50 kids. So they were out of Salado fishing. Pretty cool. There's some pictures there. So we, I believe the fire department went out there also, and some other people in the community. So we appreciate all that. On October 5th, the Sauer Building downtown, John Sauer and his wife renovated the building downtown, right there across from the courthouse. Many people know that building. It's been there a long time. Lawyers have been in there for a long, long time, but they did an amazing job renovating it top to bottom. There's 3 apartments and then 3 Airbnbs, plus I think retail space down below and offices and everything. So that's a nice addition to downtown. We also, the other day, went out, James K. from Woodford County and I met. We did a quick little video down there on Glens Creek Road. We got the road as a joint thing between this fiscal court and his fiscal court. You know, we went to the governor and asked him that that road be fixed, and that's a big way from Midway to come to Frankfort or Frankfort to Midway. So I know that road was closed for about 2 years, but we are happy, very happy that is open again. And then today we have a guest with us. So last night about 1 o'clock, Mr. Taka got to my house. He's going to be staying with my family and I for a couple days. So he is from our sister city of Shimamoto in Japan. He'll be visiting. You know, Shimamoto is about 30,000 people. They became our sister city in March 5th, 2017. Sister cities' missions reflect their belief in the power of personal connection. Since the inception in 1956, Sister Cities International has worked to create global relationships based on culture, educational, informational, and trade exchanges. Participants develop lifelong friendships and provide prosperity and peace from a one person-to-person citizen diplomacy. So I'm going to ask if you'd like to come up and say a few words. I've got to know him, and just this morning we had breakfast together, and he's very interested. Come on up to the podium there, Taka. And I've explained over breakfast kind of how the court works. He was very interested in how we are set up as a county and a city and things like that. He's actually a school teacher, married with 1 child. So if you'd like to say a few words to the court and everybody watching.
Okay, thank you, Judge. I'm Takayuki Yokoyama. Nice to meet you. It's my great pleasure and honor to be here as a goodwill ambassador from Shimamoto. And first of all, I'd like to show express my deepest gratitude to you all here. Thank you very much for welcoming me and offering this opportunity. I'll do my best to become a bridge between Frankfurt and Shimamoto, and I hope that through this experience, I can share a lot of things with locals in Shimamoto to be better friends with people in Frankfurt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We welcome you, and we hope you enjoy your stay. And I know Bill Marshall's here, and Bill, we just want to thank you for putting this together. I think it's a great opportunity for Frankfurt and Japan to come together and unite. If you would like to say a couple words, that'd be great too.
And thank you so much, Judge, and all of the magistrates. We really appreciate everything you all do, as well as the city of Frankfurt. Jack, good to see you as always. I don't know if you know this, but Jack's dad, does Russ still make the burgoo? Because Russ made burgoo for several of our sister city events that we had back pre-COVID. And you know, COVID slowed down and really halted everything. So we're super happy to finally get that kind of lifted. And so we're kind of back in the swing. And so looking forward to lots of great things in the future. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And that's a good segue into, just so happens this Saturday is our upcoming International Festival. So I'm going to ask Mitzi Jevinen to come up and share a couple things with everybody watching and the court.
All right, so we're here. On Saturday, we will be out at Lakeview Park from 4 to 8. We're going to get everything kicked off around 4:15. I would like to just kind of hit on a few highlights. On our Heritage stage, we're going to have some performances. One is the Native Dawn Flute Gathering. He actually makes these flutes himself, so he will be performing. Liam's Fancy is a Celtic Irish trio, and they travel all over the state and around the region, actually. They're really good. They're going to be set up and playing for us. We have the Hip Hop Fraternity, and he is bringing several acts with him that he helps promote. So that'll be from 6:15 to 7. And then we're going to end with a rock band from 7:15 to about 7:45, 8 o'clock, and then we may have a surprise performance at the very end. And then we also have some great activities for our kids in the Kids Global Zone. We have Yes Arts. They'll be doing some face painting and some other activities with the kids. They're also going to have some sensory items there for some children who have sensory issues. Wanda Joyce Robinson Foundation is going to be there with some information about their foundation as well as some activities to do with the children. Paul Sawyer Public Library is also going to have several activities, Thornhill Learning Center. All of this is going to be very interactive for our kids and to get them interested in travel and in other ethnicities and cultures. Thornhill Learning Center, and then Haven's Bubble Bliss, that's going to be a little, kind of not a bouncy house, but they get in there and interact with the balloons as they all blow around. We're also going to have some little passports for the kids to collect when they come get their free kid ID. I'll be set up doing those, and then they can take their passport around as they talk to each group or each table, and we're going to have a lot of community partners there, as you can see. I won't go through the entire list, but we have a lot of folks that are going to show up on Saturday for us. Food vendors, we have everything from empanadas to Filipino, Hispanic, barbecue, and some sweet treats as well. So I really hope everybody can make it out. This is our first festival of this kind in Frankfort. Make an effort to be there. We would love to see everybody. We look forward to it.
Nancy, thank you and everybody on the committee who's worked very hard on this, and we know it will be a big success. As you all know, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Tomorrow at the Carter House, the clerk's office, from 11 to 2 is hosting the annual chili. I want to call it chili cook-off, I guess. Everybody cooks chili and everybody comes out there and has good fellowship, and I believe raises some money to typically help with the Awareness Month. And then also, don't want to forget about our Senior Center activity. We're having a little competition. So far, the Fiscal Court has collected 46 cans of Campbell Chunky Soup. So that's going on. So if you all are willing, or anybody in the audience is willing, to donate some Campbell Soup to us to give to the Senior Center, that would be much appreciated. And they do so much for us. I think it's very little to ask for us to give back to them, because they take care of our seniors, and they do a phenomenal job. I will give a shout out to Marshall. You know, as I go to a lot of the Bluegrass Ad meetings, it's interesting. We're the only county that cooks fresh food for our seniors. And so when I'm sitting in a room with the state of Kentucky and everyone else is pulling out of Lexington or Louisville basically with frozen food, and they only have so many hours to get it to their people to eat, and then we are basically cooking from scratch meals, and volunteers and some staff deliver them every single day. I think that's just something to be proud of. So I just want to say thank you to Marshall and her team for all the good work they're doing out there. And that is my judge's report. We're going to keep moving. Item number 2, approval of minutes from a regular meeting of September 28th, 2023. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none. Sheriff, come on up. You're on. Good to see you this morning. Morning, morning.
I just have some cars we're trying to surplus, so I'll be glad to answer any questions if you have any.
Can you maybe just talk a little bit about why you're surplusing them for anybody watching, or maybe doesn't understand what's going on?
We try to get the most out of our fleet, so we just get rid of cars and try and get the most value out of them. And what we'll do is take all the money and buy new ones.
Okay. I'll have to say, the sheriff does a very good job of managing his fleet and knowing when he should sell, why things are still worth good money, and we appreciate that. Any questions for the sheriff on this item? Seeing none. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you. We've already heard from Amy Snow on this next agenda item. And then we're going to have Allie come up, our solid waste coordinator. You coming up? Good morning. How are you doing, Allie?
Hi, good. How are you guys?
Good, good.
So this is a request for the litter grant for me to apply for the next years. So as a lot of you know, we have different community groups that we pay to pick up litter. And this is paid for by the Division of Waste Management in the state. And there's no match, so no cost to us.
Any questions for Allie on this agenda item? Squire Westman.
Ally, could you tell us what the grant can be used for? We've always used it for the groups that are able to get paid per mile for cleaning up roadways. Is there an educational component? We didn't discuss this in committee, that we can use some of those funds for public education as well, or is it only specifically for that purpose that we've used it for?
Yeah, that's a good question. Based on the conference I was just at, the recycling conference, the intention of the grant is to pick up litter itself. And so that's the bulk of the funding supposed to be spent on. I can see about applying for an educational component, but the majority of the grant spent on the paying the groups, and then the rest of the funds are spent on the litter pickup supplies. So I can inquire further.
After our committee meeting, I'm thinking it would be fun to be able to do some kind of media component interrelated to the clubs and the groups that we have working with us, and what they've accomplished more than just us sort of speaking them in the meeting or something. If we could use some portion of it for that purpose to bring more attention to the program, maybe that would be a good avenue for us to do. We have a tremendous amount of number of participants who've been part of this program over the years, and those clubs really actively look forward to those funds every time, but it doesn't get out maybe as much as I'd like it to, the work that we're doing.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Ally? Oh, I'm sorry, Squire.
Thank you, Judge. Ally, thank you so much for being here. It looks like we're going to be able to use all the funds, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think there was 1 year.
There was.
There was.
Yeah, we definitely want to spend it all by the 31st
We absolutely
of
do.
December. Yeah.
We absolutely.
1 year, the funds weren't used somehow, we had to return them, and that was not a good thing.
So I just always ask about this
Yeah,
time.
that's good. We're on track. We're full of groups booked through the year, so.
Thank you.
Squire Blackburn.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for this. I know I work with several student groups in the schools, and it seems like, I grew up in the country and rode the roads and saw how dirty they were and how much trash was thrown out. And I recently went with the Franklin County dance team, and we did some roads in Bald Knob. And the group that I was with, it was hard to find trash because people have been aware and doing a really good job. And we weren't picking trash up that was 10-year-old trash. It had been picked up before, and all the trash we had, it was real refreshing. And I think more than just a way for student organizations to make money and groups to make money, it was a team bonding event. I mean, they had a blast. They had a lot of fun, and I think it's a great way to make our community better. So I appreciate it.
Great, thank you. I love to hear that, and thank you guys for being involved with the groups as well. So.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Ally.
Thank you, guys.
Next agenda item, I believe we presented last court, was the check for $169,750 for Lebanon Road. It's just a resolution with transportation for us to actually get to the funds and things.
Judge, we don't have road department with us, do we?
Road Department, yeah, Duke's back there.
Oh, I didn't see it. I was right there.
Come on up to the podium, Duke. Look, I told you you weren't going to speak today, and then they called on you. We're glad you're here, though.
Glad to be here.
Thanks. My question is just, do we know, the contract is contingent upon the signature of the Secretary of the Cabinet, which may take a little bit to get to them and get done, but I'm wondering what a timeline looks like to do this work effectively. We are on the hook to do this for reimbursable, so as soon as it's inked, we can move forward, is my understanding.
As far as that's my understanding, yes.
Do you have an ETA? Could it possibly be this fall? Or do you think it'll be spring?
I can check into that, but I don't really have an answer. I'd have to talk to H.G. Mays about that.
Okay. Wondering if we can get an idea when the plant's going to close and if we can possibly squeak this one in. This road is one of our worst. I mean, it is quite literally gravel falling off this thing regularly, so I would love to get it in before the end of the year, before the plant's closed if possible, but we have to thank the governor for...
Absolutely, absolutely. But I just don't know if it would be able to be advertised, because I think we still have to go through some processes to get it done. I'd be surprised if we could do it this fall, but if Duke could look into that and let us know, that'd be great. Maybe, Squire Tanner.
Who's responsible for enforcing this agreement?
Enforcing it?
Well, number 19 talks about what happens if it's violated, but number 19 talks about no officer, employee, department of transportation or county for 1 year out shall have any financial interest, direct or indirect, in this agreement, the proceeds thereof, the department, and shall comply with requirements of executive branch code. So who's gonna make sure that nobody out there at the road department goes to work for any of these people, or is who enforces this? And what happens if we violate it? Or somebody violates, not us. Could be the department too.
I'm gonna ask our county attorney to speak on that, because I don't know that answer.
I think it would be up to the county government if somebody tries to attempt to come work for us, or, you know, if somebody, one of our employees tries to go work for them, we need to let them know. So it would be on the parties to the agreement to enforce the agreement. Whoever side feels that the other side has breached the agreement. So if one of our employees goes over there and thinks that that's not supposed to happen, then we can enforce that, or vice versa.
Well, it includes the Department of Transportation also, so they have to police their own, I guess.
Everybody's gonna be responsible. Whoever feels like the agreement has been breached and that they were harmed by that breach would be the one to move forward with enforcing it.
Okay.
Just like any other contract that you have, if you feel like that the contract has been breached by the other side, then it's on you to move forward with some type of enforcement action.
But the clause talks about more of a financial interest
Right.
specifically. And
Yeah, you
it
would
does
have to
seem
go
generally
work for
throughout that the local government is the one that's on the hook for enforcing and
It'd be very difficult for us to know about the Department of Transportation, which is included in that paragraph. But anyway, I just thought I'd ask. Thanks.
also gives me concern that it says, that we'll fund it, but we can take it back at any point in time, and you're on the hook if you've already done the work, but I suppose a risk we have to take.
Any other questions? Duke, thank you. Appreciate everything y'all doing down there. Y'all getting excited, aren't you? Hey, why don't you talk a little bit about, sorry, come on back up since you're here. I didn't know you were gonna be here, so, what's going on down there? You all cleaned a lot out? Can you just kind of tell the court and everybody watching where we are with the project?
We're still working on some cleanup. Actually got county come in this morning, supposed to be there at 9:30 to get some of the cinders. And Henry County's coming at some point this week. They want several tracks of load. So we're trying to get all those moved out. And hopefully they'll start breaking ground here next week or so.
There's been a little bit of steel delivered, I heard?
Yeah, we did have one equipment storage building that was delivered late last week, so it's coming along.
Good. We're excited.
Yeah.
Thank you. Alrighty. Next, I believe the Bluegrass ad is with us to talk about this agenda item. Hey, good morning.
Good morning, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Can you go ahead and briefly kind of tell us why you're here, and let's see if anybody has any questions, because this is going to be the second reading once we go into the voting session.
Yes, sir. I'm here for the zoning map amendment. It is 3 separate tracts located at 1550 Leestown Road. The first tract is 27.04 acres. It is seeking a change from rural residential district to rural low density multifamily district. Tract 2 is seeking a change from limited commercial. Tract 2 is a 1.48 acre portion seeking change to limited commercial district. Tract 3 is a 1.48 acres from rural residential district to limited commercial district.
Alrighty. Does the court have any questions for Bluegrass Ed? Squire Blackburn.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to state that I'm associated with the property through marriage, so I'll have to recuse myself from this item.
If you don't mind, once we get the voting session, if you could maybe state that again, just for the record, just to make sure. Any other questions? Squire Wisman, do you have a question?
Oh, yeah. More some comments I'd like to state from the the record, Judge, if I can. In the record, there's a couple of statements that I think are important about this property and reflect more generally. I'm sort of talking some generalities about several things that are on the agenda today, coming up in the next few items. We seem to have a proliferation of rural lands being developed in a high-density form, including this project. I'll read a few quotes. In one area of this plan, Mr. Logan mentions that this is a suburban area which is primarily single-family residential, and asks why we're deviating to allow multifamily. Mr. Judah replied that although the primary and ideal single use is single-family, it still allows for multifamily with a buffer transition. While it is not ideal, it's reasonable to have a multifamily. That's a direct quote. I'm concerned also that in here is stated that this agreement, this request is in agreement with the current comp plan and potentially the future comp plan as well. Mr. Judah stated that the advisory committee has been working on a draft future land use map for the upcoming comprehensive plan, and we have identified the subject property for commercial along the front along Leestown Road and the remaining portion of the multifamily neighborhood future land use designations. Just like to state for the record that we have not adopted a future comp plan, and any reference would seem to be out of line to state that any determination had been made for making a decision on a current land use on a plan that's not been developed, adopted, or even reviewed publicly yet. So, further, later in the packet, Mr. Jackson asked if the current zoning of RR on the property permits construction of residential uses on that property. Mr. Jones replied yes. The property could be divided into 1.5 acre lots, so presumably 20 houses could be built there. Actually, it's more like 18, given 27 acres. Mr. Jackson asked if multifamily residences were permitted in RR zone district. Mr. Jones replied the RR zoning district does not permit multifamily residences. Mr. Jones noted that RL zone has a maximum density of 16 units per acre. RH has a maximum of 24 units per acre. So a parcel that is in our current comprehensive plan that is zoned to have a maximum of 18 to 20 single-family residences is requesting a zone change that would allow up to 432 according to this record. Just 1 second, let me find my last fact. Even though this passed unanimously by the Planning Commission, just thought it's important to show that only 5 people were present and voted out of our 9-member Planning Commission. Just thought that was interesting. So there, in fact, I want to say I'm greatly concerned about a pattern more generally that I'm seeing today with multiple requests for zoning ordinances, that we have rural areas that are sensitive, and particularly, especially this one, it's mentioned the Slickaway Branch could be impacted, that flows directly along this property. And we have a preference for high-density development that would seem to be more appropriately fitted in the urban areas of our city, or even urban areas of our county, versus the rural residential that are currently zoned for rural residential. I think we have something like 800 plus apartment units in our agendas today for first readings and second readings. So this property has a setback or a development for proposal, additional zoning change for a commercial district along the front of the property. And in this very same packet of information, we're being requested to transition a commercial property just down the road to a residential use for apartment dwellings. I'm finding a lot of problems with our current zoning system. More so, I'm going to elaborate just personally here outside of the second reading that, we have a planning and zoning system in place to implement the will of our people that is defined by our people to develop our community in a pattern that they see that protects their interest, protects their property values, and develops in a way that is appropriate in certain areas. But too often I'm finding that it seems that we're willing to allow any developer to come in, purchase any parcel, and have any zoning approved that they want to, based on however they want to develop a property, versus what we have defined through our comprehensive plan and our current land use zoning of those parcels. I won't go into how we'll vote. I think we can do that, but, and we've already had a first reading for this item, but I do think it important to point out those concessions specifically that I read as part of the record in this instance, because it does greatly concern me, this pattern that we are seeing community-wide for again, high-density development in rural residential areas that are already built out on all sides as rural residential areas. So, and again, commercial areas being implemented whereby we're being asked to reverse those exact same commercial developments that happened in almost the exact same instances years ago. So I'm not sure how to balance those, but I think that'll impact my voting record on these. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Squire. Any other questions or comments for Bluegrass Ad since he's here? Thank you. Thank you. All righty, next I'm going to ask our Planning and Zoning Director, Robert Hewitt, to come up, and let's... Morning, Robert. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm well. How's the court today?
Good.
So this next item on your agenda is a request for a zone map amendment of 4.995 acres of property located at the intersection of Duncan Road and Hoover Boulevard. They're requesting that it be changed from industrial general district to general commercial district. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on July 13th and then adopted the summary of the evidence and established findings of fact on September 14th, 2023. Planning Commission has recommended approval of this request with the 4 findings of fact located on the ordinance.
Questions from Mr. Hewitt on this agenda item?
Just comment again, Judge. In our record, we have that Mr. Swager made a motion to adopt the findings of fact that this zone map amendment request is not in agreement with the comprehensive plan. The motion died for lack of second. If you read on in the packet, again, we only had 5 members present at this meeting out of 9 members of the Planning Commission, and it was a 4-to-1 vote to approve this amendment. We've had conversations multiple times about the industrial park, specifically along Duncan Road, and the unrelated directly to this request, the need has been expressed to us multiple times for commercial development property, industrial development property in our community. Here, we have a factory on 2 sides, really on 3 on the opposite side of the road. They're being requested to put a hotel in the middle of what is an industrial area. And our existing zoning, let me just read to reiterate these for the public's benefit more so. The existing zoning is General Industrial District, IG. The purpose of this district is to establish and preserve areas in the county for the purpose of industrial land use and industrial growth, to limit such areas to functions related for the production of goods, such ancillary uses as are compatible with industry, to provide standards which will protect the community from obnoxious activities associated with industrial production. The requested zone change for General Commercial District, GC, is to permit community-oriented commercial development predominantly in areas already developed and where a change in development pattern is in accordance with the comprehensive plan, to preserve the carrying capacity of streets and to ensure adequate parking, to provide concentrations of general commercial activities. Again, a commercial activity effectively is a hotel in the middle of an industrial district where we are looking to protect the community from obnoxious activities associated with the industrial production. Personally, I don't see how the two can be interrelated or interchangeable through the zoning request that we have today. That is not to say that across the road there are not some existing, as mentioned in the record, some existing commercial uses that support maybe some type of this development. But again, we are fully zoned on this side of Duncan Road and Hoover Boulevard in our packet, in our record, as industrial general surrounding this entire parcel. Thank you.
Robert, can I ask, looking at this map here, I know the factory's across that road there, and you don't probably have, but then there's a couple other buildings at the bottom of the picture. Do you all know on this picture here? Are those just office buildings, or what, do you know what those are?
Robert, before you answer that,
Oh,
was that on the record at the planning commission, what was across the road, as we were only able to do a couple of things, take what was provided in front of the planning commission to make the decision here in front of the fiscal court, either to adopt or not adopt the recommendations, or we have to have a separate hearing in which everybody is entitled to present evidence. And so if that wasn't specifically set forth at the Planning and Zoning Commission, I'm going to request that he not answer that question.
Okay, that's fine. I can go out there and look at it myself. Yep. Any other questions for Robert on this agenda item? It's all good. All righty, and that is the first reading. All right, next one, Robert.
The next item is an ordinance for a zone map amendment of 5.51 acres of property, identified as lots 5, 6, and 7, as shown in plat cabinet H, slide 127, in the office of the Franklin County Clerk, located at the intersection of Shepherd Way and Copperleaf Boulevard. Request is to go from planned commercial district to rural high-density multifamily district. Planning Commission held their public hearing on August the 10th, and on September the 14th adopted their summary of the testimony and evidence entered into the record and established findings of fact. By majority vote of the of the Planning Commission, they recommend approval of this request with the findings of fact located within the ordinance.
Thank you, Robert. Anybody have anything to talk about on this?
On a roll.
Go ahead, Scar.
Let me read again the existing zoning versus the proposed zoning for the community. This is at the intersection of Shepherd Way and Copperleaf Boulevard, directly across from the Good Shepherd Church. The purpose, so the existing zoning is planned commercial district. So the front of this, in the record, it states is set aside for commercial development initially. The purpose of this section is intended to encourage a unified grouping of commercial and or industrial buildings which do not require or desire a central location. But the requested proposed zoning is for rural high-density multifamily district, RH, to establish and preserve a high-density multifamily residential district. Approximate density for the RH district is 24 dwelling units per acre with sewers, curbs, and gutters. In the record, we state that 24 units per acre are potential to be developed. Purpose is stated that the intent is to build 88 unit apartment complex. I will state that with 24 units per acre at 5.51 acres, we have 132.43 potential units that could be built on this parcel. I think it's always important to think about the proposal, the land use change request, for what the maximum impact could be. A developer states that they intend to build 88 units, but a proposal has not been put forth yet to approve for what that development will actually look like, right? That comes after the zoning change is approved. One second. Again, I'll reiterate my previous comments related to this district, that just effectively 2 parcels down the road, we are being requested for a second reading today to approve a parcel change with high density, with a commercial setback for the front of the property for 2 smaller parcels, just right here. I mean, you could throw a ball and hit one between the other parcels. So we seem to have a pattern developing, and I probably can't find it, but I think, again, this one was approved with a 5 members vote of our planning commission out of 9 members. I think that is all I have.
Squire Tracy.
Robert, I'll ask you, per the staff report, it says the applicant is proposing to construct 416 apartment units on the property upon full build-out. However, the developer is planning to construct a phased-in approach of 200 initial units for the first phase. The additional 216, is that a go-back, or is this a one-time approval for 416 for the first phase of 200? It's all based upon information.
Mr. County Attorney, I believe the Squire is referring to a different ordinance.
What's that now?
He's referring to a different item.
To a different agenda item.
Okay.
Squire Blackburn.
I just want to say that a lot of these zone changes are in my district, and the biggest concern I've had with anything is drainage. And Robert and I have talked about this and worked together on this, and he's assured me and given me good reason to believe that he's going to follow up on all of that and make sure that the drainage is not an issue. So I have faith in that, and and I know this plan will be going back in front of the Planning Commission. Is that correct? Yeah. Is it in the? Almost every development plan you all have goes before the Planning Commission.
And while he's looking for that, I just do want to say, talking about Slickaway Branch, that our new grants writer has put in for a grant to try to help Slickaway Branch from start to finish. So hopefully we'll get some funding going for that. So, but I do know that in our current regs, I think it's plus 25% what everybody else in the county has to do as far as controlling drainage. So just throw that out there to everybody.
Was that presented at the planning commission meeting on whether or not that would have to go back in front of, like I said, we have to stick to the guidelines that the courts have set out as far as questions that can be responded to by staff or anyone else. like I said, we're limited to the record that was in front of the planning commission, whether to, approve that or to set your own decision and set your own findings, or we're going to have a hearing. So unless that was specifically talked about at that meeting, I'm going to have to advise him not to answer that question, as I don't want to step outside of those records unless we're creating our own.
Judge, if I can state, the 25% requirement in addition for runoff was specifically mentioned in the previous item, but I don't recall it being mentioned in the current item we're discussing, that I saw in the record anyhow.
That can actually be an executive decision from the planning commission, or from the planning office itself. I believe Mr. Hewitt can hold that standard to
the location, is that correct? Can you hold?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but as a court, we can impose additional requirements per zoning request, change request, which if we think has some significant runoff issues, can we not impose additional requirements?
No.
I don't think we can.
No, you cannot. As was discussed on the Duncan Road property when the court wanted to put further setbacks or further requirements on this piece of property, I don't think the court wants to set a precedence of putting higher requirements on some property owners as opposed to other property owners, and treating people differently pursuant to where their property is located, as there are already regulations in place that have been adopted by this court on drainage and other such issues that have to be followed by developers.
Squire Sebastian.
Can this body make a recommendation to the planning commission for that when this returns back as a development plan?
I believe they can, but like I said, if it's inside those ordinances that are already established.
Judge, I'll just state just theoretically here, we do have a water runoff committee effectively established that's going to be actively taking a look at some of these bigger issues countywide, I think, imminently. So there may still be yet some additional requirements to come before this court more broadly for the county very soon.
This is fun. Y'all having fun? This is great. Alrighty. Anything else on this one? Seeing none, let's keep moving. Rob, you got a lot on today.
Yes, we're very busy. Next item on your agenda is an ordinance for a zone map amendment, 25.45 acres of property located at 827 Cardwell Lane. They're requesting a change from rural residential B district to rural high-density multifamily residential district. The Planning Commission held their public hearing on August the 10th, and on September the 14th, 2023, adopted the summary of the testimony and evidence and adopted findings of fact. Based on the majority vote of the Planning Commission, they do recommend approval to the Fiscal Court of this request with the findings of fact located on page 1 of your ordinance.
Judge, I'll kick it off again. I've received more phone calls, emails, and communications about this than anything, and I'm sure most of our court has, than anything we've done so far, I believe. I'll just read some of the record yet again. Again, from the record, out of a 9-member planning commission, we had a 4-to-1 vote. Only 4 or 5 members, present voting on this action. Although one additional was present who did not vote. Our staff report in the record indicates that the surrounding land uses are residential to the north, Willowcrest, to the south, senior care facility vacant, to the east, residential Augusta, and to the west, agricultural, just agricultural. Later in the record, Ms. Jane Julian mentions that are farmed is a preserve, so that agriculture was protected in perpetuity. Out of the potential 416 units that's mentioned on this parcel, the developer indicates that they intend to build 200 initially. And there seems to be an indication from the sewer department in the record that expresses they have capacity for 200 initially, with the development potential of the other units to be placed over several years, probably post-2026, according to the sewer director in the record. I just want to read, again, the existing zoning versus the zoning change request. The existing zoning is rural residential, B district. Its purpose, it is the intent of the district to establish and preserve a quiet, single-family home neighborhood free from other uses, except those which are convenient and compatible with the residences of such neighborhood. The district is a medium-density, single-dwelling district, but requires a full range of community facilities, including public sewers or approved sewer treatment facilities. The proposed zoning for us to vote upon is for rural, high-density, multifamily district RH. Again, we have a theme today. The purpose of RH district is to establish and preserve a high-density, multifamily residential district. Approximate density for the RH district is 24 units per acre with sewers, curbs, and gutters. Sorry, give me a moment. Again, granting a zoning change allows for certain things, as mentioned in this record, is 24 units per acre. Although the developers mentioned that they would like to build 200 initially out of 410, if I'm correct, the zoning change request would allow for up to 610 units, 610.8 according to the acreage. Let's think of that. One moment while I find my other note. It's testified in the record that one of the neighbors has compiled the total of single-family residences along Cardwell Lane to the point of this development. I'm sorry, I'm not finding it, so I will paraphrase that effectively this development would exceed the total number of residences on Cardwell Lane existing according to his testimony. Trying, Max, trying to keep it in lines. The Frankfort Sewer Department received a request for a possible 400 units located on the property on 827 Cardwell Lane. Again, some change has been made since that request, according to the record, that additional parcels have been purchased and procured to allow additional egress, which allows for even more development because the zoning is not being requested to be changed for the parcel that has been additionally acquired that's intended to be used as egress, according to the record. Again, 610 potential plus another parcel that's been developed. Sorry, I'm not finding it. Robert, maybe you can help me find if there's a mention of setback between high density and rural areas. That I believe maybe it's the staff finding of fact. Maybe you can point to it faster than I can when I can read it. Well, it is stated somewhere in the record to that fact. So, again, just pointing out some important elements and considerations I think we have here. We, again, have a a rural residential district that is defined for single-family homes that's surrounded by that type of development on two sides, a protected agricultural usage on another side, and undeveloped property that is already zoned for, I don't believe the zoning is mentioned in specifically, but it is mentioned specifically that it is already zoned for residential uses. So. That's all for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Squire. Squire Tracy.
Robert, thank you. Coming from the background here, it states the applicant is proposing to construct 416 apartment units on the property upon build-out. However, the developer is planning to construct in a phased approach with 200 initial units for the first phase. In regards to the reference of phased approach, will the second phase be required to come back in front of the Planning Commission, Fiscal Court, or will that be handled at staff level?
Robert, was that
And that
part of the
question is based off of a reference
I'm
of phased
checking it.
approach in the minutes.
That wasn't part of the record at the, doesn't sound like that was part of the record at the planning commission of it. So if you all want to have a, like I said, that was provided there. According to what Robert's saying, that wasn't initially discussed at that and not part of the record.
Okay, so, and then just tell me if I can.
Can you turn your mic on, Squire, please? Thank you.
So with that being said, it is referenced that the first phase is initial 200 units, but if this were to pass today, we're ultimately,
I think we're on first reading.
or I'm saying, if this was to go, the way it's currently brought to us, if it were to pass, it would be for all 416. But the initial phase is for 200, correct?
I believe that's what's been.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else on this agenda item?
Save the rest for second reading.
Okay. Okay. Microphone, please. Yes, Squire Blackburn.
Squire Tracy, said a number. It doesn't really do a number, it changes the zoning from one to another. Right? And in effect, whatever you're allowed to do under that zoning designation, you're allowed to do under that zoning designation as upheld by the Planning Commission.
This is a request for a zone map amendment.
Right.
Yes.
So it doesn't have anything to do with a number. It's a zone map amendment, and anything that falls within that,
I believe that's an accurate portrayal.
yes, anything that falls within that, I can't even think of the word, but,
Anything that falls inside that zoning.
The zoning, yeah.
can be done.
Magistrate, like I said, the zone change, according to the record, would indicate that up to 610.8 units could be allowable if granted this zone change. We all know that developers mean and intend one thing and maybe come back with a different plan for the Planning and Zoning Commission to approve, or properties are often sold, and new developers come into those years later. If we grant zone changes, I think we have to think about what's in the record, what's the maximum allowable impact per that zone change.
Correct.
Everybody good? Okay, thank you. All right, Robert, next one.
Next item on your agenda is an abstract to declare the property located at 67 Buena Vista Drive, otherwise known as the former Duckers Golf Course, as surplus and to list the property for sale. I did present an amendment to that abstract this morning to you. As a result of some other activities and other county properties, the original total acreage is being reduced by 2.5 acres, which will result in a new net of, if the court declared a surplus of 129.057 acres.
Can you repeat that?
So the new acres for consideration is 129.057. And that information was taken from a recent boundary survey performed and presented to the Office of the Judge Executive.
Judge?
Go ahead, Scarlett.
Robert, can you confirm for us what we received in our packet is it's very small to read for anybody, and even some of the text is blurred from our copy. This is our most recent current. It looks to be 10/1/2023 that the property was fully surveyed. Because as to yet, we did not have a survey that I was aware of, but we had authorized that to go forward to be surveyed in full.
Yes, so if that's the date that you can barely see, then yeah, it's very, very recent.
According to this, what I can read is that the total area within the survey is 131.557 acres, and that's this teeny tiny little box right here, if anybody needs to see the total, and that's 4 separate parcels with a dedicated right-of-way for Buena Vista Drive of 0.99 acres. Can you elaborate on what the set-aside is, why we get 131.557 to 129.557?
I have a larger set in my office, or would you mind to grab it, because it is a total of 133.557. Mr. Deputy Judge, do you know where one is in the judge's office? Bear with me, it's much larger, and I'm happy to.
I was wondering if that was that set-aside that we looked at for the sewer access, if we were setting that aside somehow for a right-of-way that we previously had been presented to us?
No, sir, that was just a request for an easement, so we would still own that ground, just allowing that to pass through. But since there is a question about the acreage, I would like to show you the larger.
Thank you.
It is extremly busy. As soon as I opened it, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work to put into that. It's very large.
Well, while we're there, I appreciate your revisions, because I made a note of, in our RFP details, specifically listing some of the adjacent properties to also include the lake, because it does come into our property slightly. It appears from this tiny little survey. And also what is existing park space. Moving forward with an RFP, I want to add some language, really, I think, to the RFP, that we solicit proposals that have some set aside and in consideration for natural resources, some of the natural trees and the waterways, the stream and things that are there, as well as some public space set aside, whatever that means. Of course, it'll be up to whoever makes a proposal, but I would like to see, and be very clear in this outset, that we would like to see some element of the parcel set aside for public space, because the community that exists there already is very used to having a public park in their backyard, and they make advantage and use of that. So I would just like to put that in our RFP, that we would like to see proposals that are considerate of that element.
Yes, of course. So if I could clarify on that. So the 2.5 acre difference in your amendment is for a dedicated public open space park with amenities. Additionally, and I know we're jumping ahead to the next item. I don't know if we need to reserve this for that discussion, or if we can blend the two.
They're the same thing.
Okay. So in the RFP, there are, I'm not sure, I don't think I provided you with the specifications, but there is a set of specifications that was prepared that, as condition of the sale, the developer or whoever purchases it would have to show where they are dedicating areas for park facilities and outdoor recreation open space. So it is This proposal is unique in that the county is saying, hey, we'll sell it, but only if you're going to do this. And so I'm happy to share that with the court as well. It does cover, Squire Wisman, what you're referring to specifically, and that came directly from the judge executive to say, hey, we recognize the neighbors and you know, what they want, what they need, what they expect, and so that's the path forward.
Yeah, so I'm going to speak on that real quick, and then we'll go Squire Blackburn and then Squire Tanner. So, and we can talk about it, you know, the Parks Committee met about this. So there's been a lot of interest on this property. You know, I've had people who want to turn it back into a golf course, one person. I've had developers, I've had individual landowners wanting to buy parcels. There's been a plethora of people, but I think our intent is to see who comes forward, because obviously it's a lot of money to build something like this. But we want to preserve the reason that the last court bought this, you know, and we want there to be public amenities and things like that. So, you know, it's the intent that we put this out there to see if anybody's serious about buying it. And then we look at the proposals as a court. You know, is this what we want to do? Is this what's best for the neighborhoods? Is this what's best for Franklin County? So it's not just going to be highest bidder. It's going to be, if people want to put packages together and say, hey, we're going to build, you know, a couple homes, we're going to build a 9-hole golf course, we're going to put a restaurant in there, you know, I mean, we're looking for something that's going to, we want everybody to be happy. This isn't like we're selling it and we're done, we're walking away. I want the court to understand that. And if anybody on the Parks Committee wants to talk about it also. So I just want to kind of throw that out there. So Squire Wisman, to your point, yes, we want there to be, if somebody turns a proposal, we want there to be space for public spaces and things like that. So absolutely 100%. Squire Blackburn.
And I appreciate you clarifying that, Judge. On this RFP, I guess on the next item, it said a set of proposal requirements will assist us. Do we have that proposal requirements?
I did not provide the packet, but it's available.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to see those. And
Sure.
and also, and like you had mentioned, the way the property is cut up, the cart paths, the adjoining property to homeowners, things like that, I would like to see an opportunity. If there was a cart path between two houses, or a cart path beside the road, beside a house, it's a sliver of land 20 feet wide that you can't do anything with, I'd like for the property owners that are, you know, immediately adjacent to it to have an opportunity. And maybe, you know, in those proposal requirements, we could address it. I know it's not going to be conducive for a developer to buy a big piece of property and have a sliver right beside somebody's house and have to mow it and have to take care of it. It'd be in their best interest, but I would like to make sure that we have some guarantees that could help nudge them in that direction, because there is actually a lot out there that its width is restrictive to what can be built on it. And there's a path beside it that is just a sliver of land, and if that path was added to that, that person could actually build what they needed to build. So just to help the people in the community and help the county.
You know, Squire, and I think you're absolutely right, and I've probably had 3 requests from landowners out there who want to buy slithers and things like that. Talk to county attorney, you know, because it was bought with ARPA funds, we can't really start negotiating things and things like that, so it's been a little bit, we thought if this were to go through, it's cleanest. We did get permission from the Department of Treasury that, you know, if we were to sell it for the right reason, that those funds would still have to be put into something that's going to benefit the community, whatever falls under ARPA specifications, you know, things like that. So, Squire Tanner, you had your hand up, I believe.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Maybe comments, questions, both together. I was not here when the court bought that piece of property. And from my recollection of conversations and newspaper articles, et cetera, the county paid over $850,000. What was that number? It was
$850,000.
All right. So if it doesn't make any difference what the proposal is, a proposal and the price has to go together. You can't buy the property and then submit a proposal. What you going to do with it later? We're not going to accept that. Is that correct?
No.
We got 2 items here. I think ought to be 1 item.
Yeah. Well, legally, we have to surplus it, so we can do an RFP.
Yes, one of them is surplus. That's correct.
So our intent is, yes, it's not just going to be like, this is the price, and we're not going to tell you what you're doing with it.
Okay.
It's going to have to be, people put a package together and sit down, potentially with the Parks Committee and say, this is what our intent is.
And there is no absolute sale. We have, obviously, you have the right to reject any proposal.
If this court doesn't want to sell it, then we don't sell it.
Start over from scratch, whatever.
That is correct. This is nothing to
So
say
I'll
that
make sure everybody understands that this is not a done deal till it's done.
Yep. And I want this court to feel good about it.
It was 850,000 roughly.
850 is what the last court paid for that piece of property, correct?
Thank you.
The
Well, we
clubhouse
sold off
is
some of
appraised at
it.
7.
2 acres of it's gone. I don't know where we got, how, I can't remember that. I'm getting old, give me a break.
And Squire Tanner, I want to add that the clubhouse in the front appraised at 750,000.
Yeah, they got everything but the apartments in the front, and then
Correct.
Somewhere else.
If I could also advise the court, in the specifications, you will see where I have provided the current zoning of the property. It's very important to developers. And so this is currently zoned planned residential. So it encourages and requires a mixture of residential types, single-family detached, single-family attached, multifamily, things of that nature. And then also it allows for recreational facilities as well. So if the property is purchased, and if they want to do something outside of that planned residential, of course it comes to you. So you at least have that in your pocket that currently it requires to have a mix.
Unless the developer comes to change to rural high density with 24 units per acre.
Well, they wouldn't need to because the zoning currently allows that, but you have to have a minimum of 2 housing types. So you could not do all apartments. You have to mix it up.
I mean, it makes sense that we have all of our utilities here, that this parcel of land could be a great amenity for some additional housing opportunities in our community, which we need. We just had the housing study that says we need 1,800 units over the next 18 years, effectively. I think that's sort of paraphrasing. 100 a year units. Here we go. Robert, can you point out what the 2.5 acre set aside is? I don't see that as part of the survey. Can you specifically tell us what, are we retaining 2.5 acres for park space? What?
We are.
Where?
Can I refer to our other project? So it is, it's tied together with the Lakeview Park Development Project. And so I believe the court has had a presentation, by, the prior grants administrator that if you want to put a indoor facility at Lakeview, you have to reserve that area somewhere else. And so while this survey does not reflect it because the administration was looking for clarification from the federal government, the green at the number 1 hole is going to consist, along with portion of the pond, of the 2.5 acres. It has frontage on Duckers Road, and so there will be access directly to that without having to go all the way through the property. So the language is very specific from the federal government that you have to have a space for outdoor recreation. And so that's the intent. And so there will be a revision to this plat to show that reserved area.
Squire,
Under ownership of the fiscal court.
So I believe on the last court, because the way the funds were made and ARPA funds and all that, it's basically to promote outdoor activities and things like that. So if this court chooses years down the road to do some type of indoor facility for our kids and seniors, we have to designate whatever that square footage is to space that is not existing park space. So that's the purpose of that.
Just would have been nice to have some of that information here, I suppose, more so than just trying to have to extrapolate from acreage ideas. I suppose that is up to this full court to decide if 2.5 acres is enough, or if we want to retain a 10-acre parcel for rural park space in this area. I mean, I'm kind of of the opinion that these things could all work together. There could be a proposal that some of the land that's undevelopable in this project is retained by the court, or requested to be retained by the court as a trail system throughout, which I want to see. I'm very adamant that our future development patterns need to be able to be connected to existing, and that we need trails interconnecting the entirety of the developed community within short walks to park spaces. That's got to happen in every proposal I see going forward. So whatever that may be, our time to define it, all of our expectations, I suppose. Scott, you want to see that? Is within this RFP process. So I will say I'm not ready, I don't think, to approve a surplus, yes, but I'm not ready to approve the RFP just yet today without seeing sort of the full package and having opportunity to comment on it. I was a little perturbed that the last court bought this in the 11th hour of, and I realized why and what was happening, and it was a good opportunity. But I want to make sure that we have ample opportunity for folks to understand this and see the full RFP, and for us to have comment on it. And beyond that, my final comment, I think, is that we have an RFP response due by November 3rd, I think it is, on this, which is 22 days away from now. I really think we need to extend that to have plenty of opportunity to see proposals brought forward to us from, anyone outside of the community that's maybe already had a little bit of a head start for consideration of what they would like to do with this parcel.
Squire Tanner.
I want to go back to, but this is probably directed to the county attorney and everybody else. Whatever the RFP is, if it doesn't suit us, we don't have to vote for it.
Correct.
So if it doesn't include everything that you're talking, I'm not for holding it up, because the longer we hold the property, we're not probably gaining anything. Even though if there's an idea out there that we could develop it or whatever, but that's another huge amount of money to put in a bond somewhere, because you got to come up with that to pay it. So to go forward with declaring it surplus and getting RFPs on what to do with it, I think is the exact thing we need to do. If we don't want it, if the money's not right, if the plan is not right, we start over. But I do agree with Squire about the time frame. It might be a little quick. Maybe we should extend that to January.
Squire Tracy.
Thank you, Judge. I think a lot of the things that Squire Wisman touched on is already included in the RFP in regards to public needs, including park and recreational opportunities. I think a lot of that's going to be covered, hopefully.
I believe it
Hopefully
will,
there's a plan that does come in. Is the 21 days, is that typical?
It is for proposals. Now, a typical RFP is more of a prepackaged document from a firm. This is somewhat unique in that we're asking for a drawing to go with it. So in that respect, it would take time to create that image. So as long as we don't violate any provisions for public notices and advertisements and 424, then, I don't have an objection to extending it at all. In my world, in planning and zoning, I'm subject to advertising no less than 7 and no more than 21 days, so.
In your professional opinion, is 21 days adequate?
Probably not, no, not for coming up with a concept.
Yeah.
A good one. A good one, yes. We might get something on a napkin, but 21 days is not long enough.
So 6 weeks? I just worry closer we get in the winter. Things always slow down in the winter, people busy and everything else. That was my train of thought.
So well, not for development. This is, wintertime gives them time to conceptualize, create plans.
Exactly. We are very busy in the winter because they are preparing for groundbreaking in the spring. So, winter is very active for engineering and architectural firms.
Squire Blackburn.
I would like to get a set of those proposal requirements as soon as possible if I could.
Yes.
And then also, you had mentioned the area at the corner of the property where it's on Duckers Road.
Correct.
And it has road frontage there. Would there be a consideration for giving egress right there, maybe a right-of-way? Because I know there's 2 property owners right here, and there's really no way to get into the property there.
You come into about number 1 green?
Yeah.
Well, Duckers Road's a county road, so we'll grant ourselves an encroachment permit for the driveway.
Oh, I meant for us, but as far as, I knew we could, because the view that you have from the top of that hill when you come over that hill.
But I was wondering if there was a possibility to offer access to a possible person that bought it.
Access to
To the property behind it. Because that's all in the property, right?
Correct.
So they'd either have to access it here or somewhere else.
Yeah, they're.
A road here, maybe. I'm just saying, an option. We have an
Well, of
option to
course,
give them
yeah, of
egress
course,
there.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. So we have, the fiscal court has adopted the county roads all around this subject property. So there are non-entrances, which is, I think there's one opportunity between the 13th and 14th fairway, Robert M. Green Boulevard, I believe it is. That's an excellent location. So there could be multiple access points added to this development. And what's important is, and a requirement, is that once you exceed more than 100 residential units, you shall provide 2 access points to the road network. So we need some sort of through movement.
Squire Tracy. Just to kind of circle back to the 21 days, did we ever come up with a time or a period of 45 days adequate? Just trying to.
The court wishes.
I want everybody to be comfortable with it.
Yeah, I'm just
Squire
trying.
Tanner's point, I mean, we don't like any of the proposals, we don't have to take them. You know,
But the longer you give them, the better the proposal will be, I believe. You don't want to rush them.
Well, it didn't sound
We
like
don't want
21
to
was a majority, so
Yeah.
I would think we need to nail that down.
So 6 weeks?
45 days? I'm fine with 45. Is
I mean,
that,
we could extend this to, we're getting into the holidays, right? This could be a January 2nd, fresh year, if, at this point, is not too far out for a proposal. Because think about it, we're going to have folks that ideally are going to need to get onto this land with their surveyors, kind of figure out the terrain, the topography, what sewer capacity there is, develop us a high-quality proposal. I want to see, I'd prefer we wait longer for a response to have a better product and more fully vetted for us to consider than to rush someone to produce something that they can't ultimately build because they didn't have enough time to consider the topography.
It's just concepts, right? Is that what they turn it as concepts?
It's concepts, but
So-
Squire Westman makes an excellent point. They need their time to perform their due diligence. Sewer capacity is a major concern, adequate water for fire protection, things of that nature. Roads, I think we're fine, that's not an issue, but you're right, they need time.
So I'll make a recommendation that we hold this until the 12th of January. That is Friday. Now, the rationale for that is the end of the year, you think about how many days that are kind of blacked out for holiday purposes, et cetera, in the months of November and in December.
And early January.
So, and early January as well. So you're losing, almost 10 days.
I'm good with that.
That's,
You're losing almost 10 work days because of holidays.
and that's only 93 days, it says. So, by the time we get this out, it would give respondents 90 days effectively, which I think is adequate.
But I think we're as a group, it seems like we're coalescing around 21 not being enough.
Right.
And we absolutely have to put a stake in the ground for a date.
I agree.
So I'm just tossing that out. Yeah,
I'll second
For
that.
any suggestion.
You said this
As a comment to
No.
Sherry's Squire
January.
Sebastian, I think that's a good date. Plus, when you don't want any, I'm rehashing things here. We just need to move that down because as Robert pointed out, you'll have a better plan because people can come up with better ideas if you give them time to think about it.
So when are we saying the RFPs are due by? What's the will of the court?
The 12th, fine.
January 12th is fine.
January 12th.
All right, that's what we'll do.
Sounds good. I will make sure the clerk receives the conditions and specifications that I prepared, and I will request that she send those out
To all
today, or if
boards.
you would like, I can just print them and hand them to you before you leave. Whichever you
I'll
prefer.
pick mine up.
I was going to ask if there would be, we're being asked to issue a RFP. I would have liked to have seen it, to review it before I agree to issue it. I'm trusting staff put some some good thought and time into it, but I would like to see that before we release it. And is there potential for comment before we release that? How can we address that? JW has mentioned he'd like to see it too.
Or you could put minimum, you could put minimum requirements in the RFP, but that still don't mean you're gonna get one that's much better than what's the minimum. So I think we take what we get, man. Hopefully it's more than one, it might not be, but hopefully it's one, I guess. But, I don't wanna hold anybody back. And I don't, as far as me, you can send me a copy of what you put in the paper. And I don't think we can admit, we can talk ourselves or whatever committee it might go to, decide if it's adequate. And if we don't get one that's adequate, we get send it out again.
Well, I think the park committee's voiced a lot of what their thoughts, what they see. So, I feel like we got a pretty good idea of the direction we're going with it.
So the specifications will not be within the newspaper, that would be too long. So what's in your packet is what's going to be presented to the newspaper. And then it also references where they can locate the specifications, either on our website or here in the Judge Executive's office. And that helps us get a sense of how many people are interested before they're due.
Can we hear from members of the park committee to talk to us a little bit about what they're anticipating or what their thoughts are?
Anybody in park committee?
Yeah. And again, I think it's pretty clear in the abstract. Set of proposal requirements will assist the fiscal court in assessing the proposed purchaser's intent on the proposed use or reuse of the property. How their development will serve the overall public needs, including park and recreational opportunities. So we're looking for that. I think when this property was purchased, it was all about opportunity. When you think about this, it's a win-win. Just think if we get a plan back with this amenity or that amenity or whatever it is, it could potentially be a win-win for everybody. So, and I think that's from my viewpoint, as far as the committee, that's kind of where I came from.
And I'm on the committee as well, and I agree with Squire Tracy. We, when the previous court bought the property, it was a tremendous financial deal to get it for what we got it for. We basically bought the land for $100,000. But our financial standpoint now, we don't have the money to put it and make it into the amenity that we need it to be or want it to be. And I think this would help us have an outside person that could do this and increase the quality of life for the people living in that area. Because the land is rolling hills. It was a beautiful golf course in its day, but I think there's opportunities in all directions. Out there walking, I think it's wide open for proposals. And like, the requirements, I think, the proposed requirements, I'd really like to have those today, but I agree with Richard. Our intent is, I know you spelled it out well, and I haven't even seen it yet, but I'd like to see it. And if we don't like the RP, we keep going. We get what we want.
Judge, if I may, if this RFP is issued, and let's say that the court, prior to January 12th, thinks of something else, an addendum can always be issued. So you're not stuck with what just goes out on day one.
And the thing, I was going to say, that probably would come sooner rather than later from this body. I think, who would actually like to see the RFP? I know I've written a ton of them when I had a former career, so I'd like to see what's in it.
Yeah, that's a question, really. If we get a response back from well, anyway, we pick one. Can their RFP, whatever they submit, can we say, no, we almost like this, but we need this added to it? Can
Is it
we
negotiable?
do that? Huh?
Your question is it negotiable?
Yes, after we get the things in, can we negotiate more on those proposals we get? So then
Yes, you can.
and that don't open it back up for rebid.
No, sir.
Okay, then, there's no issue for me. But you can change what you get if you don't like it.
That's true. Okay, thank you, Robert.
Judge?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Forgive me for questioning the RFP just a little bit, but, the text was laid on our desk at 9 o'clock this morning to look at here, of what's going to be advertised in the newspaper with amendments. So, again, I'm just questioning a little bit.
I think the only thing that was changed was the acres.
Just the acres.
Correct, that's the only thing, so you had it in your packet from last week.
But, there's potential for set-asides and things to happen here that we could subsidize some really critical development. I mean, that's all going to be part of the process that we can negotiate with developers. I'm working on another similar project in our community right now that where things need to be strategically located and we need to subsidize in some form or fashion. But my bigger comment, Robert, is we should put a date, and maybe your RFP has that, for any developer to express interest in a mandatory meeting or something, that's typical of the process. Can we have something within 30 days, let's say, that a developer that has interest has to express interest? And if we don't have any respondents, then obviously we need to come back to the table and think about changing the RFP generally about how we put it out. I think we're going to have respondents, but that at least gives us some indication of how many people we're going to have come in with proposals.
Well, you could do an RFI, and that would give you
That's
the
what I
type
suggested
of
the first time, but-
questions that groups have about, what we're looking to see, because that's a probing function.
Yeah, I suggested we do an RFI instead of an RFP, but we're at an RFP.
So I did remove the mandatory pre-proposal conference. And the reason I did that is, once this goes out and Dodge Report and other third-party companies distribute this to their subscribers, we'll get a phone call. We will be notified, hey, can I meet with you? Can, we sit down, could you meet me out there? So that's what's going to happen next. And the disadvantage to those making proposals is if you have a required date and time for this pre-proposal mandatory meeting, then everybody knows who's going to be there. And they like to keep their cards close to their chest. So that's the reason I didn't require it.
I'm stating more of a date to certify that's like a federal grant generally, that you're going to put in a proposal that only we know of. I said the meeting may be, needed or not, but more so just, 30 days from now, we're going to have 30 respondents that we are going to expect full proposals from in 90 days or 93 days.
Well, we'll have access to who inquires about it. So let's say the gentleman, two people have talked about a golf course. So once they contact anybody about blueprints or anything, then we're notified who has them. So, I think that's pretty much how you know who's going to go.
I'm thinking more in the long term about keeping the court informed so we can communicate to constituents about how this process is going, that we're not just waiting.
So we can ask Robert to get back with us with updates as far as who has a squad tracing.
Robert, I guess the big question is can you just update it? I don't personally need names, I don't want names, I don't want to go down that road, but the next meeting, if there's 4 people, 4 companies, 4 firms that's shown interest, hey guys, as of today, 4. The next meeting, hey guys, we're at 4, or now we're at 5. Can you do that?
Yes, sir. More than happy to do that.
Thank you.
Very much so.
Just one last statement, Judge. I just want to be very adamant that this full body makes the decision. I don't expect to see a single proposal that the Park Group has reviewed, brought to us. I want to see everything as a full body, as a full court. We're going to make this decision totally as a group and walk through it as long as we need to, but I want to feel comfortable that this full body has reviewed everything.
So I would recommend that you go ahead and preempt the county attorney to determine at what point you're able to go into closed session to discuss those matters.
For an economic development purpose, effectively, that can be a closed session.
Real estate can be too.
Real estate.
Okay, it's real estate, so yes.
We can look at the statute regarding open meetings and the sessions that are permitted, I think that we can definitely have a closed meeting to determine that, as there will be some information shared during those meetings that other bidders or other individuals would have proprietary interest in. I believe that's easy to see.
All right, Robert, thank you.
Very good, and I will have the specifications to everyone before you leave today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy with us?
Yes.
Oh, she's hiding over there. Morning.
Good morning. So this agenda item is the second reading of our first budget amendment. In the abstract on page 2, the financial impact shows you the increase of our budget of $895,852, giving us an updated 23-24 budget of $52,163,271. And the line below that is the expenditures excluding capital expenses and federal projects will increase by $459,000, giving us a total budget of $32 million. And this has been approved by DLG.
Questions for our treasurer? Squire Blackburn.
I just want to thank you for differentiating our living budget and the real numbers. It makes things much clearer for us and the public. Thank you.
Sure.
Squire Wisman.
Amy, thank you for that. I appreciate what Squire Blackburn said, but can you just speak? We have 2 insurance premiums, or payouts, proceeds for, one's for park, one is for the jail. Do we still have an outstanding, am I remembering that right, that's going to be another?
Yes, we have one more park insurance proceed. That'll be on amendment number 2.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, next item, Amy.
And so with approval of the second amendment, I'll need to do a budget transfer to move money from the general fund over to the capital. And so that is what this budget transfer is for.
All righty, next agenda, any more questions?
And the next item are the revenue and expenses as of October 6th.
Questions for our treasurer on this? Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
All righty, next is payment of claims. Anybody have questions for Kim on payment of claims? All righty. Seeing none, we're gonna ask Chief Brewer to come up. Chief, how you doing today?
Doing good, Judge.
Good.
Morning, Court. Hope everyone's doing well. So this item here is authorization to amend Chapter 31 of the Officials and Organizations, Sections .01 for the firefighter qualifications and the Code of Ordinances. This is the ordinance for hiring of our firefighters. So the SOP committee has recently met, and we're looking at making changes that we are going to be presenting here probably the next fiscal court meeting. But part of that, we also have to amend our ordinance for hiring, so that's what we're trying to take care of today. This will be the first reading on this. Just as a summary, we're removing that top age requirement, and also as part of how we're looking to reevaluate our SOP, it'll include some physical fitness examination that for a scoring guideline that we have not had in the past.
Squire Sebastian.
Well, thank you, Judge. And Chief, thank you again for being with us today. Can you talk to us about any interest that you think may be coming from the community that would warrant us lifting that age requirement? I mean, are there returning military individuals who've come or, and spoken to us in regard to being at a certain age?
We have had people in the past who have either been interested and been slightly over that age gap, or we have some people who may be on another department. It's happened a few times in the past, but they were above our hiring age, even though they had, multiple years in a fire service already. It kind of expelled that from our process. So it would open up a little more opportunity for us to maybe pick up someone who's, it's all standard of, the person, the individual. Some people can be in their 40s and be in great shape. Some people can be in their 20s and not be in great shape. So I think it just gives us a good opportunity to pick up a few more individuals.
Squire Wisman, then Squire Tracy.
Yeah, Chief Brewer, can you speak just more generally? I'm assuming this is a trend in our region or maybe nationally, this age requirement, removing that or upping it. Can you speak to that?
I can't speak as to why the age requirement was placed on there in the past. It was done several years ago. However, I feel like that most other departments that we have looked at, there's very, very few that have a top number on the age requirement. So it's kind of more trending with the fire service and what most departments are doing.
I was going to say, it would seem to go against equal opportunity a little bit, but follow up with that. Your second change here, could you expand on the physical examination that will be given by the county fire department? Can you just elaborate on the process that you intend? I'm having a little problem with the way it's worded, but what do you intend?
So what our intent is, currently there's what's called the CPAT that all firefighters in the state of Kentucky have to have or be a current firefighter in order to work for a fire department. It's a fire commission requirement. So it's a basic candidate physical agility test is what it stands for. And they have to pass that, but that's strictly a pass-fail test, so there's nothing we can get a scoring criteria. So we're going to create a similar type test of firefighting skills in-house that we will develop a scoring criteria for that. So just that we can rate their physical ability as well as their cognitive ability on the written examination.
Would that be using any external medical advisors, or is that going to be I guess that's what I'm asking, is that entirely an in-house examination?
That will be an in-house examination just for their basic level of physical fitness. Once they make the list and we go through with the hiring process, that's when they would actually go through and get a firefighter physical from a doctor's office to be medically cleared to be on the fire department.
Okay, thanks.
Squire Tracy, I believe.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Brewer. Quick question, lifting this, would this allow us to hire retirees? And has there been any conversation about trying to do that? I know Sheriff Quires been very successful with bringing back retirees and putting them to work. Obviously, I think in another item we've got, we're on our last applicant as far as the test. So is there any desire to try to go out and try to recruit, I guess?
That could be an option if there's a retiree who would be interested in going back through the process, and there's nothing from this change that would limit them from doing that. The one thing that's different about the law enforcement versus the fire side is there's KRSs that allow them to come back, and Sheriff White could probably explain a little better. Basically, that all the benefits and everything, I don't believe the county has to pay that on the law enforcement side. They would still be required to pay all that on the fire side, but that's probably why there's a lot more interest in the law side than there's been shown on the fire side in the past.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of numbers.
But it would be an option, or if someone retired young from another department and, moved in, it would be an option if they wanted to start back over with our department.
Thank you.
Squire Tanner.
I have one question, Chief. When you decided to do that, was there any consideration to just raising that age from 40 to a number, or just take it out altogether? Is that the only option you all thought of?
We lifted the age. Basically, the way that the committee looked at it is if a person gets beyond a certain point, they're not going to be able to complete the process. So that's kind of how we looked at it, is if someone's not capable of doing the job, then the process would eliminate them.
I don't know, I'm kind of like Squire here, almost looks like it's discriminatory to say you can't be over 40, but you've gotten away with it all these years, nobody's saying anything about it.
And it just clears that up, there's no gray area there. I know there are some limitations.
Well, there's two ways of looking at that too. You're gonna prohibit young people from applying to the job. I don't know if you want a career person out there, where you wanna hire somebody 50 years old or not.
Our hiring age now currently is 18.
Yeah,
18.
Correct. I mean,
minimum 18, but it don't mean no maximum. Because you can hire somebody 55 if they can pass the
all
test.
the agility tests and everything.
you could,
If you can pass the test, that rules me out, but.
but as a general rule, I mean, firefighting is typically a younger person's game, so you don't see a lot of people who are up in age that are looking to apply for departments as well.
Just final thing, Chief, has HR reviewed and changes and compliance? Okay, thanks.
Yes, we've discussed those just to make sure we were all on the same page and everything looked appropriate.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All righty, authorization to go into closed session per K. Do I have to read it or no?
You have
Finish reading. Per KRS 61.8101, F, discussions or hearings which might lead to the appointment, discipline, or dismissal of an individual employee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, we're in closed session. Thank you. good, Judge? All righty, we're back in open session. Do we have any other business? Our county clerk's here. What's up, guys? Hancock, how are you doing today?
Pretty good, how are you?
Wonderful, thank you.
I would have scheduled something, I really just lost time with everything moving in such a rapid motion. You're here to give an election update. I think it's important for us to keep your constituents, our constituents, my constituents, the judge constituents, get them all where they understand the processing that's going on. Right now, you can order a ballot if you are unable to attend on election day or any of the days of early voting. If you have any handicap abilities that keep you from going to the polls. If you're a student that's outside the state of Kentucky or outside of Franklin County, and will be outside of Franklin County on election day or any of the early voting days, you can order a ballot. I would highly recommend that you give your constituents, your family members, anybody that needs to order a ballot, tell them to do it sooner than later. The mail system is not as expedient as it has been in the past. To date, right now, we're at 484 mail ballots. We don't have a mail ballot return at this point. We do have some that have returned, but I don't have a full count on what we have returned and back in. I look for those to start really coming back in at a rapid pace over the next couple of weeks. I want to give you some dates that we need to talk about. We have early voting. I want everyone to know that early voting is a great thing. It is not only good for you not standing in line as a voter, it's also good to avoid and to help the county clerks and the entire election process move fluidly. I would like to recommend, we have 3 locations, one on the east side of Frankfort at the Capital City Christian Church, one on the west side of Frankfort at the Frankfort Senior Activity Center, and one right in downtown at the Yes Arts Building, better known as the Old Frankfort Plant Board. All of them are handicap accessible. All of them, we have several high school kids out there that can help you if you want to vote in person. It's a great way for us to give you handicap assistance. We will have all of our 12 locations on Election Day, November the 2nd. The early voting locations are November the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That is Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday. Thursday and Friday from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Saturday from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. All 3 locations will be open those days. Those locations will also be open on Election Day. We have 6 on each side of town, 6 on the east side, 6 on the west side. Franklin County and Western Hills are 2 of our larger hubs. You also have Hearn Elementary, Collins Lane Elementary, Westridge Elementary. You have all the other locations that I'd already mentioned in the Capital City Christian. You've got the Capital Activity Center, Senior Activity Center. You also have the downtown Yes Arts Building. So there's no reason for anyone not to vote.
KSU?
KSU. I'm sorry, we have opened KSU and we've had KSU open. We've also got Peaks Mill, so I've left that one out. I apologize. I'm doing this off the cuff right now.
And election day is just
November the 7th.
Yep.
6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Do you have a flyer or a visual we can all share on Facebook and social media?
I do. It's on our website, but we'll make sure we get that email out to you guys. Guys, we are working hard and diligently every day to make sure that all Franklin County constituents get the opportunity not only to vote, but to vote the way they seem most comfortable. So if you have any questions, please have them reach out to the clerk's office. Have them get on our website. You can order a ballot right now off of our website. You can also go to govoteky.gov. That's govoteky.gov. It is a very easy website to use. You enter your credentials, allows you to order a ballot right there. It's a great place for anyone that has handicap issues, accessibility issues, or another reason would be if someone's in the 3rd trimester of their pregnancy. That would take them out of knowing exactly when something's going to happen, or if they have surgery within that period of time. So I want everyone to know that we're out here for you. We're trying to make sure that all the options are there and available. And I'm open to any questions if you all have any questions.
Squire Wisman.
Jeff, has the Peaks Mill location changed?
Nope.
From
It's-
the old Ruperton?
Oh, the Peaks Mill location is at the Schweitzer Fire Station. It absolutely is. It's been there for the last 3 cycles, though. We are looking for a location. Scotty's given us some ideas of a couple of churches we can use out in the area. When we get out into the rural part of Franklin County, what you find is we run out of places that are handicap accessible and meet the parking lot restraints. Parking lot restraints are probably tougher on us than anything else, because if they don't have the right slope, they don't have the right parking spaces, they don't have the right areas. Before the presidential, I still need somewhere in Bald Knob, but guys, on the edge of Bald Knob doesn't do me any good. I need somewhere like we have that's out where the school is. I need somewhere, and Schweitzer's no different. I need somewhere that's out in the community to make sure we have 2 rural locations.
Squire Tracy.
Well, I think it's important to circle back. Peaks Mill's Peaks Mill School,
Yes.
but ultimately they can go to Schweitzer, they can go to Peaks Mill. It's,
They can go to Franklin County,
Yeah.
they can go to Western Hills. If they
Right.
live in Schweitzer and they work at the hospital, they can drive across town. There is not a closed precinct in Franklin County. Everything is open to every voter. So if you commute and the Capital City Christian's your best way to stop on the way out of town, by all means, we'd love to see you. If it's right in your backyard, we'd love to see you there as well. We just want to see you vote. We don't want to put the time, the effort, and the money into this. We're prepared for 100% of the constituents in Franklin County to vote. We'd just like them to do it early, and we'd like them, to spread out their time frame a little bit.
But Jeff, I was clarifying, there's not been a change to any of the voting locations from the primary.
That's exactly right.
So if anybody, there is a change slightly from last year if you didn't vote, but we've not changed anything because the KSU wasn't on before. But since the last primary, there's not been any changes in locations.
That is correct. And what I try to do with that, Squire Wisman, is I try to make sure that if we pick a location for the primary, it's the same place that we're going to go with the general. I try to start all cycles with the same, and knowing that we're going into a presidential next year, we will do our best to find better locations out in our rural part of our communities, which I'll be leaning on Squire Tracy, I'll be leaning on anybody that has any input, you, Squire Wisman, on a location that will help in your districts with the most rural locations.
Gotcha. I would like us to, I've brought this idea up, and I'll just say it formally here, that the rural, at least the 2, probably the Schweitzer Fire Department, Bald Knob Fire Department, I feel like are permanent locations, and I would like for us to look for potentially some grant fund available to make additions to those facilities, expand parking, and make fully ADA accessible addition rooms that I would like to see potentially to be able to be used for community purposes, but specifically to add election facility at those fire departments to make them permanent and fully compliant with ADA accessibility that removes the voting out of the voting or the fire bays. I think we need to take some action to make those rural voting locations more permanent and more suited so they don't interfere with the firefighters' operations as well. And I think it's a fairly simple and less costly, let's say, activity. And I would think there could be some funds available if we have a focus on the community aspect of it to look at those. So bring it up since the Chief's here too.
I'm not at a point where I'm able to second that, but I would like a second from Squire Dykes if we could move forward on that motion, please.
So to piggyback on that, I've had conversation with Paul Sawyer Library who came to me and talked about doing some other libraries out in the community.
I talked
So
to them about.
that's exactly what we had talked about. So we are looking for that. I have not talked to the chief yet about that, but that is one of the conversations about potentially the firehouses, expanding on them a little bit, putting a little wing on them for a library, a satellite library. That could also be, I hadn't thought about voting, but that would work right into it.
I talked to the library with that idea that we need to bring educational opportunities back out to those communities where the schools are no longer there that used to serve those purposes, and they were fully supportive. And so that's sort of the basis of that too. I think we have an opportunity to build something there. And my thought is always on community and how we can rebuild community when churches are waning and schools are gone out of those districts, and specifically mine and Scotty's districts up north, where we can add some amenities like, library, book rentals, and video rentals and things like that, so.
Perfect. Jeff, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, I'm sorry, Squire Tanner.
It's a comment. If anybody in Franklin County does not vote, it's their option. There's plenty of locations and accessibility to oppose. There's no reason for, I don't want to hear, they can only have excuses. There certainly is no reason, because you can vote in 15 minutes. I don't care where you live in this county, or you can get in line at least in 15 minutes. And I won't say it's adequate, but it seems adequate to me.
Thank you.
Squire Wisman.
Since we have you here, Jeff, I was just going to ask, as it came up yesterday, if you could update your website with precinct maps for expressing the changes, if they haven't been already.
I can't until you voted on them. I mean, right now, as you've done is voted for the reapportionment. I'm still waiting on the maps, and there are no precincts at this point. The old precincts are still in place all the way through this election. So we can't update a map that we don't have and have approved at this point.
So we need to take that action.
Squire Tanner.
Well, we can't take the action until we have the product.
Yep.
Right now, what you have is
they're working on it diligently. Squire Tanner.
Is there a prediction on that turnout?
I can tell you what the history says. Between 42 and 50% in Franklin County, and between 33 and 34% state of Kentucky.
Just curious.
Jeff, thank you.
Yeah, one more thing, guys. Tomorrow I'm having a breast cancer awareness lunch. We've been doing this for the last 4 years. It's near and dear to my heart. I would like to see each and every one of you all please show up. It's at the Carter House tomorrow from 11 to 2. This is something that we will continue to do as long as I'm clerk, so we're very proud of it. We've got a great lunch set out for you. It's a free lunch, guys. It comes as a benefit to Cynthia Carter. Cynthia is one of our constituents in Franklin County that is battling breast cancer right now. We always try to do our part to do more for our community, because the community does a lot for us. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. All right, any other business?
I got two things, other business.
Go ahead. Squire Tanner, then Squire Tracy.
I got two. One, first of all, I want to apologize to court members and everybody else here that I failed to turn my phone off before I got here this morning. I apologize for that. I'll try to do better. That's the other issue, a comment, is that the jail task force met at the jail about a week ago. It was an interesting, informative trip. That they're working on it. Obviously, you hear the reports, and there's some, hopefully, they're heading in the right direction, is what I'll say at this time. But it was an intriguing venture for me.
And I will say, to kind of add to that, that I was at the jail a couple months ago, and just last week's trip, how much nicer, cleaner things were. I think they're heading in the right direction, and I appreciate the Sheriff's Department and Ron for taking on those things, and I know we're heading in the right spot, so thank you all for that. Squire Tracy.
Thank you. There's a couple things.
Mike,
A couple things. One, in regards to the jail, the maintenance contract agreement. I'm sure he's got it done, so
Okay.
can we have that on the next one,
Yep.
especially going into the winter?
Yep.
And then, obviously, over the last several months, we've all heard or read something in regards to the broadband, the community broadband project. It's my understanding that once upon a time there was an RFP out. Obviously, things have went one way or the other. I'm not sure if we ever got anything back from FPB as far as their stance or what direction they were going, but I guess if it's the will of the court, would it be possible to have an RFP on the next court meeting that would cover the 1,900 plus unserved homes, and let's try to get this done. Kind of to go back and echo the clerk's comments, there's no reason that someone can't sit at home and order a ballot off the internet, but unfortunately we have people in Ball Knob, Peaks Mill, and Schweitzer, and Swallowfield, and McDonald's Ferry that can't do that because they don't have access to that. So again, I think we're committed to making it happen. Let's move forward. I don't know if that takes a letter from us sending across the river to say, hey, we're formally doing X or Y, I don't know. But definitely, I'd like to see an RFP that is put out that's going to cover those unserved homes in our community.
Are you talking about, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Are you talking about just doing an RFP for the ones that aren't covered?
Yeah, that's, see,
already?
that's originally, I think there was 1,900 plus unserviced or unserved homes in our community.
Right, I understand that, but correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that from everything that we've heard, that was going to be really difficult because those were the most difficult to serve properties. And so that was going to be like really expensive if we didn't try to do it. I guess, try to get an RFP for, I guess, to cover other properties as well, so that more companies would want to come in here and do that. Does that make sense? I'm sorry, I've got a really nasty headache.
1,900 was the big number that we originally
Yeah.
put the RFP out, but then the RFP didn't get complete.
Right.
So I think the concern was if we only put it out for like the balance of 900 homes.
Right.
Those are the far reached.
Right.
So I think to Squire Tracy's point, let's go ahead and do it for the original 1,900. So there is meat on the bone for companies to bid it.
Judge, did you get to meet yet or talk with the
I made
the
a call.
authority that,
I've made a call, and what she told me was she did not understand how they were moving forward without the city or county as part of the MOA. She had sent a letter to the higher ups and have not heard back.
Okay.
So
there was no information then about that we can't, if somehow those are being serviced through the plant board, that we can't bid the full 1,900.
the comment was, it's a free world, and there's not to say that those people have to take plant board if they have another option. So it was my understanding that it is legal by all means to go ahead and do RFP for the whole 1,900 homes, like was the intent of the previous court, to try to get all people in Franklin County served. So that's what I have.
Thank you.
So if everybody's okay with that, then we'll draft that and have it on the next one.
I think that would be good, and hopefully we have maybe a response from the plant board or some other folks in the interim before 2 more weeks.
Yeah. And if we do.
I don't know what's.
Tracy, Scotty, you got this question?
No, I was just going to say thank you. I mean, I think we've heard and read enough about it. It's time to move forward.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Judge, I've got a couple things.
All right, go ahead.
I'm wondering, for one, did we get a response from the city about the electrical inspector's salary? Are they fine with that moving forward? We sort of held that up at last meeting.
We heard nothing, so we.
Okay.
Yep. They were all notified.
I'm wanting to ask, I understand the comp plan steering committee met for the first time in quite a while. I was hoping that maybe we could have an update at our next fiscal court meeting about
Steering committee did not meet. We're in the process of trying to get that scheduled. There wasn't a quorum. So
Okay.
there was a steering committee called, but because there was not a quorum, there wasn't an actual meeting. So I talked to Robert Mitzi yesterday about getting another steering committee scheduled.
I expressed to one of my fellow magistrates yesterday about the process. We're supposed to have a comp plan update every 5 years. And I served on the steering committee in another capacity when I was at the city 3.5 years ago. At this point, this process has been ongoing for this long. I'm just concerned that we're not getting the product. I've not got an opportunity to meet with the consultants in my role as the new magistrate for my district. That really wasn't reflected in a lot of those. So I'm wanting to get another update, and I would like to request that this court as a body have some opportunity to inform the plan a little bit more. We've not had that chance yet at all.
Okay.
Or at least I will say maybe the 3 of us new magistrates have not had that chance as yet. And I think that's critical to get done before the end of the year.
Yeah, and I don't believe any of the other ones have either. It's kind of one of those things that's planning and zoning board, what I mean? We only appoint to that board, and they.
Right, but this process should still include all the elected officials in their capacity, you would think, to inform the plan.
Have you been to any of the meetings?
I'm never informed of when they're happening like I've requested, so not recently.
Okay, they're all out there publicly, but okay.
Well, final thing, I was just wanting to ask, as a member of the jail task force now, I've asked already, but I'm wondering if we can have a report from our county attorney, I suppose, on the legal cases that have been settled again, and things that have sort of been prior to this court's administration, to look at sort of how those implications might impact our financial ability, our insurance premiums, all those kinds of things. I'd like to see that at our next court meeting, if possible, if we could have a...
I talked to our insurance rep, and we are scheduling a meeting right now because that's what I asked as far as how did anything prior. So I believe she's going to go back 3, 4, 5 years and try to get a graph set up as far as if our rates went up and down and kind of how it was settled and things like that. So that is something I'm working on.
Great.
With KCO.
In terms of jail specifically, I'm wanting to really kind of dive into the whole picture there of what the last 5 years or so have been.
Yeah,
So,
I didn't specifically say jail, but
okay.
9 out of 10 lawsuits have been to jail,
Right.
so I think that's still going to be pretty close.
That's all I had. Thanks.
Oh, we do? All right, I have a meeting on Thursday then, thank you, with them. So yes, we are working on that. All righty, you ready to go and close? Close. Voting session. Clerk, please call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Here.
Squire Blackburn.
Present.
Squire Dykus.
Here.
Squire Tracy.
Here.
Squire Tanner.
Here.
Squire Wisman.
Present.
Judge Mueller.
Present. Before we get going, gentlemen, please turn your mics on. Thank you. Thank you, clerk. Authorization for approval of minutes from regular meeting of September 28, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve surplus vehicles for trade-in purposes and/or gov deals auction.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the budget modification of the Wanda J. Robinson Foundation for years 1, 2, and 3.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of an application with the Kentucky Energy and Environmental Cabinet Division of Waste Management for 2024 litter abatement grant funding.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve a resolution adopting and approving the execution of a memorandum of agreement between Franklin County Fiscal Court and the Commonwealth of Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, Department of Highways, for the amount up to $169,750 for the Lebanon Road project.
So moved with delight.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. I'd like to also thank Jim Gray and our governor for those funds. Second reading and approval of an ordinance amending the table. I'm going to do a roll call on this one before we get going. Authorization, reading and approval of ordinance amending the table of ordinances zoning 1, map changes of the Franklin County Code ordinances for a 27.04 acre portion of property tract 1 from rural residential district RR to rural low density multifamily RL, and a 1.73 portion of the property tract 2 from rural residential to limited commercial CL, and a 1.48 acre portion of property tract 3 from rural residential RR to limited commercial district CL. The property is identified as PVA map number 095-00-00-002.00, located at 1550 Leestown Road, US 421. I'm going to start with clerk. Let's go backwards on this one.
Do you have a motion?
Yeah, I'm sorry, motion. I'll make the motion. Is there a second? Seeing no second, I guess it dies.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
The 90-day rule on this will affirm it because we took no action? Or it died? It died.
No, I think we have to take action or it takes place.
Can I say something really quick? I just want to state for the record that I have an association with this property through marriage, so I'm recusing myself from this entirely.
Thank you, Squire. Mr. Planning.
It's
I don't have the statute sitting in front of me, so.
I don't have it in front of me either, but unless the court takes action, it's my understanding of the statute that the planning commission's decision stands. Just as if the 90 days expired and you didn't get a chance to do it, it would stand.
So this stands within the 90 days, which is a very short time from now, actually.
Yes, so
Okay.
if you take no action and then the 90 days, I mean, because you could bring it up again, I mean, you could have that opportunity, but you'd have to do it before the 90 days, and if you don't, and take final action on it, then it becomes affirmed by the recommendation of the planning commission.
I believe that is correct.
Judge, I'll second for a vote.
Okay. Clerk, you'll go ahead and call roll.
Okay. Squire Wisman,
No.
Squire Tanner, yes. Tanner.
Since I heard no opposition, no person here, maybe members, can I pass and then reconsider? I'm asking for,
Vote present.
I'm gonna vote yes, but I might reconsider my vote.
Squire Tracy,
After a conversation with the county attorney, I will abstain.
Squire Dykus,
No.
Squire Blackburn,
I recuse myself.
Squire Sebastian.
No, our decision has to be based on KRS 100-213, that the existing zoning classification given to the property is inappropriate, meaning that rural residential is inappropriate. So according to the record, and the record stated, and I quote from the record, Mr. Logan mentioned that this suburban area is primarily single residential and asked why we were deviating from that to allow multifamily. Mr. Judah replied that although the primary and ideal, and I will restate that, primary and ideal use is single family, it does allow for multifamily in the buffer transition. And it's not ideal, but it is reasonable. So that testimony clearly asserts that rural residential is appropriate. Now, if you look at some of the other conditions about economic and some other things, the Catholic Church began its construction in '97. Kern Elementary was constructed in 2008. The Speedway was put up in 2013. None of those demonstrate major changes of an economic, physical, or social nature, which were not anticipated in the adopted comprehensive plan, clearly because they are quite old. So I don't see the burden of proof that demonstrates rural residential is an inappropriate zoning, so I'm going to vote no.
Judge Mueller,
Yes.
motion failed.
Judge, can I ask a question? It's been brought up, and I've never quite understood the process here at the court, but there is a process for filing a vote amendment by anybody of this court prior to taking a final action on the minutes of that meeting. If anyone forever had an instance that they wanted to change their vote, it's my understanding KRS allows you to do so as long as it's done by noticing the clerk prior to the minutes being approved. I'd just like to ask maybe the county attorney if that's correct, or if he could research that for us.
I can take a look at that and let you all know.
Vote modification form, I think, is technically what it is.
Since this will not change the outcome of vote, I'd like to change my vote to abstain.
Okay.
Robert, you need to say something?
If I may.
After the action.
Mr. County Attorney and Court, it's my understanding that, this vote does not approve the ordinance. However, based on the statute, if you want to overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission, then you have to go through one of your two processes. Would you agree, Mr. County Attorney?
One of three processes?
One of three, yes.
Yes.
So this is not, by voting no today, it's not the end of the issue. You would need to take action to overturn the recommendation within the 90 days.
This,
How much time do we have left on the clock for that purpose?
It's my understanding that the vote on this took place on September 14th. So we're only,
July.
the final action by the planning commission, so we're only, 30 days into a 90-day timeframe.
No, it's July the 13th.
It was July 13th,
July
yes.
13th, I thought the final, I was told by one of the planning commission members, the
Well,
final
that's
action was
not
September
correct.
14th.
According to this, it's July the 13th. September, October, that's Friday.
Sorry, I've confused that with another.
Another one, yes.
Sorry, yes.
Yes.
Mr. Cantor, what would it?
I believe we're going to need a motion and then findings of fact to support not approving, I guess, that this is a change that should not go down.
And if the court chooses that path, I would need to prepare a resolution to that effect.
Does that mean it has to be done today is the 11th? Does it have to be done before Friday?
It'll be done on Friday.
Does that give the appropriate time for notice?
Probably not.
These
Yeah,
things
that's
coming to us so late in the process.
That's my question.
It is
What's it doing
extremely-
here with 4 days left? What's it doing why was it delayed? And I asked this question with the county attorney earlier today. When does that clock start? When we get it, which was 2 weeks ago?
No,
So why didn't we
as
get
I
it?
told you earlier, the clock starts when the planning commission makes their determination.
So, Robert, could you answer that while we're just getting it out a couple days prior to that thing?
If I recall correctly, it was delayed from going on the agenda due to, I believe, other business that was before the court, if I recall correctly.
I don't know. I just know we had it 2 weeks ago and this time runs out Friday.
I think we can take action, but maybe can we delay that till the end of the meeting?
Okay. Have to add it as other business.
All right, we're gonna keep going down. Next one. This is the first reading of ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, section 1, zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 4.995 acre tract from general industrial IG to general commercial district CG. The property is identified as PVA map number 087-00-00-032.08, located at the intersection of Duncan Road, KY 1681, and Hoover Boulevard. No vote will be taken. It will be on the next court. First reading of ordinance amending the table of ordinances, section 1, zoning map of the Franklin County Code and Ordinances for a 5.518 acre tract from planned commercial district PC to rural high-density multifamily district RH. The property is all of lots 5, 6, and 7 as shown on the plat, cabinet H, slide 127, in the office of the Franklin County Clerk, and further identified as PVA map number 086-00-00-028.13, number 086-00-00-028.00, and number 086-00-00-02811, located at the intersection of Shepherd Way and Copperleaf Boulevard. No vote. It will be on our next agenda. First reading of ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, section 1, zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 25.45 acre tract of rural residential B district RB to rural high-density multifamily district RH. The property is located at 827 Cardwell Lane and is further identified as PVA map number 036-00-00-012.00. No vote will be taken. It will be on our next agenda. Authorization to declare the property identified as 67 Buena Vista Drive surplus and list the property for sale.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes.
Authorization. Judge, which
Sorry?
one was that? I'm sorry.
That was the property for surplus.
I'll vote aye.
Okay. Did you get that, clerk?
Yes.
Authorization to issue a request for a proposal RFP for the sale and development of 67 Buena Vista Drive with a due date of January 12th, 2024.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Second reading and approval of amendment number 1 to ordinance number 7-2023 relating to budget for fiscal year 2023 to 2024.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve budget transfers for fiscal year 23-24.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to receive treasurer's report.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Payment of claims. Is there a motion to deny any claims?
There's a change on one of them, number 7. I think Kim's made us a typo, I believe.
Yes, I'll fix that.
Could you just state what that was?
Kim, what was that?
On the supplemental bills, I have 97 jail fund. It needs to be changed to capital improvement fund.
She had the numbers right, but the name wrong, so it's not
Okay,
good.
thank you, Squire. Let the record reflect claims are to be paid. This is the first reading of authorization to amend Chapter 31 Officials and Organizations, Section .01 Firefighter Qualifications of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances by amending the hiring fitness requirements for firefighters. This will be on our next meeting. No vote will be taken today. Authorization to hire James Lacey as our new county firefighter.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Want to welcome James to our family. And I believe now we're going to go other business. Thoughts?
Could the county attorney give us, reinstate our options and elaborate on those for denying his own?
Mr. County Attorney,
You got
you're on.
3 options. First option is to approve the findings of the Planning and Zoning Commission. The second option would be to, or based upon what's on that record, the second would be to develop your own findings of what is on that record, to change that determination or have a negative finding. And the third would be to have a hearing, which I believe we are not within the time frame of doing that. So either it's the approval of the Planning and Zoning Commission, or I guess the disapproval of their decision based upon information or evidence that was presented on the record at that hearing.
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
We've had 3 people abstain, I guess. So what does that look like moving forward?
As far as?
What happens next? I mean, can they just keep abstaining and then there's only a couple of us?
Yeah.
So we take a motion and for any findings of fact first, and then we'll vote upon each of those individually, and then a denial vote based on those findings of fact.
If the denial vote is what the decision of the court is. But we'll need to, as much as we did with the Duncan Road property, we'll need to have those findings of fact, and they will need to be voted on.
So I'm assuming that's what we must do right now.
Correct.
Judge, first we need to have authorization to amend the agenda under other business.
Okay, I'm sorry. Authorization to amend the agenda to add other business.
So moved.
Yeah, second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Barb Blackburn,
So we're going to take this up now, right now,
sounds like it.
and I'm recused from this. Can I excuse myself from this?
Yes.
Is it possible to take like a 10-minute break before we start this? I need to go move my car, seriously, or I'm going to get a ticket.
Okay.
I probably
Take a-
already have a ticket,
Is that
honestly.
okay? We'll take
Is that
a-
okay?
We'll take a 10-minute.
Let us
recess,
draft a
come
few
back,
things
12 o'clock.
individually.
I'll certainly take some Tylenol, I'm not going to get through this.
You ready, Andrew? We good? All right, we're live. Motion to go back into open.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're in motion. I'm gonna let our county attorney take over. Max, what are we doing here? I didn't have mine on.
I believe previously, when we were in session, there was a motion to amend other business to allow a resolution denying the rezoning of property of a 27.04 acre tract of portion of property, Tract 1 from Rural Residential District RR to Rural Low Density Multifamily District RL, a 1.73 acre portion of property, Tract 2 from Rural Residential District RR to Limited Commercial District CL, and a 1.48 acre portion of property from Tract 3 from Rural Residential District RR to Limited Commercial District CL. The property is identified as PVA map 0950000000200, located at 1550 Leestown Road, US 421. Am I correct in that's what was previously done?
Correct.
Okay. So now there'll need to be proposed findings to base this resolution on, to denying the rezoning of property. So we'll need proposed findings of fact. Findings of fact will need to be proposed from that record in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and each one of those will need to be voted on by the Fiscal Court. So I think that's the stage that we are in currently.
So then ultimately that would just, so that kind of goes against what our staff and what Plan and Zoning has said, so I guess we're going a different direction. So I guess who starts it off then, Max?
Whoever has proposed findings of fact.
Judge, I'll start. Let me read a little bit of background that informs the finding of fact. The current zoning for the subject property is rural residential. The purpose of that zoning, its intent is the intent of this district to establish and preserve a quiet, single-family home neighborhood free from other uses except for those which are convenient and compatible with the residences of such neighborhood. The district is a medium-density, single-dwelling district, but requires a full range of community facilities, including public sewers or approved sewage treatment facilities. Per the Franklin County Planning Commission's meeting, July 13th, 2023, a finding of fact was made, and I'll base my finding of fact to adopt on that. I move to adopt the finding of fact that rural residential zoning is an appropriate zoning district for the future land use designation of the subject property, and the proposed rural low-density multifamily zoning is inappropriate. That's all.
Will you read that just one more time, and we'll make sure we've got it?
I move to adopt the finding of fact that rural residential zoning is an appropriate zone district for the subject property's future land use designation. And therefore, rural low-density multifamily district is inappropriate.
So does everybody put theirs up? We don't vote as we go, do we?
For clarification purposes, that's one of the 3 tracts of land that were in this amendment.
Clarify for me then, the subject property currently is zoned as one parcel. The proposal was to divide and rezone into 2 separate zonings. Do I need to make that
I think there was
motion to finding of fact for all 3 parcels?
I believe so. Yes.
Please amend my motion to all subject properties.
All tracks,
All tracks.
and you'll,
Missy, you have that?
for clarification purposes, the first one I believe you talked about was from, the first tract of land was supposed to be rezoned from rural residential district to rural low-density, multifamily district, correct?
I got you. Okay. Correct.
The second was supposed to be from rural residential district to limited commercial district, correct?
Correct.
And then the third was from rural residential district to limited commercial district, correct?
Correct.
So your proposed finding.
Guide me. All right.
So are we treating these as 3 separate parcels, or tracts, whatever?
The rezoning resolution was for the rezoning of was the rezoning of one tract into 3 separate tracts of property. Different zoning on each one of those tracts.
Okay, so let me read this motion then in a way that maybe makes more sense to that. I move to adopt the finding of fact that rural residential zoning is an appropriate zoning district for the subject property for future land use designation, and therefore rural low density multifamily district and limited commercial for the proposed 3 parcels is inappropriate? Is that sufficient, County Attorney?
I believe that sets forth the designation on each one of the 3 different tracts.
Thank you.
Does everybody have to do 3, or is it just so we all understand?
Well, if there's any other proposed findings that...
That's all I have.
Okay. Is there any other proposed findings of facts?
Do I need to cease making findings of fact?
That's all you've got.
Anyone else? I'll make a motion to cease findings of fact, to record the findings of fact into a motion to be voted upon by this body.
So, or second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Do you have more findings of fact?
No, I just voted against that.
You voted against closing findings of fact?
No, is that what we're doing? It's usually.
Yeah, we're
just.
just closing
Okay, I thought we were
findings.
voting closing the fence and defending the finding.
No.
Okay, no. Then I will to close the findings. Excuse me for my inattention.
Oh, there's a lot going on.
So what's the next move?
We'll need to vote on that finding of fact.
So can I have Mitzi read the finding of fact?
I think we should vote on the finding of fact first, and then after that, we can vote on the resolution.
No, but I meant we need to vote on the finding. You want her, can she read it out loud? So everybody knows what they're voting on?
Yes.
No, I did not.
You're fine. You're fine.
Would you like me to look at it, Missy?
Okay. Can you just correct me if I'm looking some wording out?
Sure.
First finding of fact, rural residential zoning is an appropriate zone district for the designation, and the proposed rural low-density multifamily zoning is inappropriate.
No, sorry, we replaced that one with the final item I said.
Okay. I'll take that out. All right.
In regard to the finding of fact that you're offering, and I'm looking back through the record of July 13th, 2023, your finding of fact is based on a finding of fact from the from that hearing, correct?
Correct. Sorry, maybe I should have stated that. Yeah, the record indicates that Mr. Lee made a motion to adopt the finding of fact that rural residential zoning is an appropriate zoning district for the future land use designation of this property. The motion was seconded and passed unanimously by the Planning Commission, sorry. So my motion, or my finding of fact, is based upon that, to add that the proposed land use designation was thus inappropriate because the stated appropriate land use in their findings of fact was the existing zoning.
So, the last one, I have rural residential zoning for limited commercial as an appropriate zoning district for future land use designation for the proposed 3 properties.
No. Read it again to me, Mitzi, sorry.
Rural residential zoning for limited commercial is an appropriate zoning district for future land use designation and for the proposed 3
No.
properties.
No. What about? Can I step up and see?
Yep.
Do we want to take a break for this?
Are you including these two?
Correct.
Just the one that is started there.
Okay.
Motion.
Hang on one second. That's all.
Take a brief recess to make sure that this is all correct. Take like 5 minutes.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess just to make sure exactly what we got going on. Andrew, you hear me?
It looks like
now we need to listen to the finding of fact, correct? Mitzi, will you please read it?
Mr. Lee made a motion to adopt the finding of fact that rural residential zoning. Yeah, that's,
Wisman's finding.
this is Wisman's finding, yes.
This is what he read.
I'm so sorry.
Yes,
Sorry, start
that's okay. Okay, Mr. Lee made a motion to
No,
adopt.
Mitzi, I think I needed you to read the other one. I was stating the one that I said Mr. Lee is just for context.
Okay,
I think you started my motion.
okay, gotcha. I typed exactly what you gave me, so
Sorry.
that's okay. Quick edit. Okay. The motion was made to adopt the finding of fact that rural residential zoning is an appropriate zone district for the future land use designation. The motion was seconded, the motion was seconded and passed unanimously. My motion was to adopt the finding of facts that.
Mitzi, can I start it? You said the motion was passed unanimously, and then it says my motion. Start there.
With my motion?
Uh-huh.
My motion was to adopt the finding of facts that rural residential zoning is an appropriate zone district for the subject property for the future land use designation, and that the proposed rural low-density multifamily district and limited commercial are inappropriate for the proposed 3 properties.
Yes. Except for my motion at the beginning, but
Okay? Any motions?
so I'll move to approve that motion.
Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian,
And we're voting on the finding of fact.
Correct.
yes.
Okay. I'm going to vote yes because those same words came directly out of the July 13th hearing and were stated by a member of the Planning Commission.
Let's keep going around.
Squire Blackburn, Squire Dykus,
Yes.
Squire Tracy, Squire Tanner,
No.
Squire Wisman,
Yes, and I'll explain that, again, those words were adopted as a finding of fact by the Planning Commission on July 13th regarding this case, with the addition that the obvious is true, that the proposed zoning is inappropriate.
Judge Mueller,
No.
motion failed.
No?
3-2.
Yeah.
3-2.
Oh, yeah, sorry, motion passed.
So now we go on to resolution. Read it again.
How's the resolution ready?
Is the resolution ready?
Summary. Okay.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, so we're going to be voting on resolution number 1 on this agenda item. So this would be resolution denying the rezoning of the property of a 27.04 acre portion of property tract 1 from rural residential district RR to rural low density multifamily district RL, a 1.73 acre portion of property tract 2 from rural residential district RR to limited commercial district CL, and a 1.48 acre portion of property tract 3 from rural residential district RR to limited commercial district CL. Properties identified as PPA map number 095-00-00-002.00, located at 1550 Leestown Road, US 421. And I'm also going to say we had a finding the facts of rural residential zoning is an appropriate zone district for the subject property for the future land use designation, and that the proposed rural low-density multifamily district and limited commercial are inappropriate for the proposed 3 properties. So do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on. Move to approve.
Okay. Clerk, please call the roll.
Judge Mueller,
All right, I'm going to start this off because I think everyone knows we've had a housing study done. We need housing. I know we need low affordable housing also, which we are working with the state on. I think in front of us is an area that we've really had no communication with anybody arguing about this going in, where it's going in. There's a 4-lane road, there's sidewalks, it's in the suburban area. So for me, it's this one here. I know there's stuff coming down the road that might be questionable, but for me, this is a good opportunity with the developers who want to spend a lot of money to build something. But I do know that affordable housing is a big issue in our community. And I do know that we're working with the state right now trying to find developers to build low affordable housing. So I just want everybody to realize that. So at this point, I'm going to vote no against this resolution.
Square Sebastian,
I'm going to agree with the judge that, from what I see out of this resolution, is it maintains the ability for Franklin County to have 30 acres for rural residential, which it is abutted on multiple sides for that to happen. So, and I think the housing study did talk about needing more housing. And so that maintains the ability to have housing in this district. It doesn't change it. It doesn't give the ability to have commercial. It gives the ability for housing. And that's why the housing study was done. So I'm going to vote yes, because it gives the ability for housing.
Square Blackburn, Square Dykus,
I am going to vote yes as well. I was eager for the housing study. I went to meetings. I was involved in that, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen because of that study. It was very clear that we need affordable housing in this community. I have no idea what this housing would look like. These apartment buildings, I don't know what that would look like. I can guess because of where it would be. I don't have enough information about this, but it's very clear how this is zoned, and that is what I am voting on here. So I hope that we can all work together and get some affordable housing here in the near future, and I hope some of that is single-family residential affordable housing.
Square Tracy, Square Tanner.
I'd like to explain my vote too, Judge. I'm going to vote against this resolution, and there's 2 reasons why. Number 1 is the study where we need housing. Well, maybe 3 or 4, but I have had not one call in objection to this zone change or the construction of those apartments. Had I had those calls, my vote might have been different. It is on, as the judge pointed out, it's on a 4-lane highway. It has sidewalks, and there's no objection to it from the residents, or not to me, at least. And for those reasons, I think some comments that were made at the Planning Commission were made, and there's nothing we can do about them taking back. But anyway, their recommendation was to go forward with that. But it is our job in the end to have final say. I understand that. I understand parliamentary procedure, I understand the whole thing, but my vote is no.
Squire Wisman,
Yes.
motion passed.
All right, motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. We're done, thank you.